Thank you very much, sir. I now take the opportunity to invite on the dais Anand Gupta to address the August gathering. Can we all please welcome him on the dais?
Honorable Minister of State in Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, Shri Bhagwant Khubaji, Shri Anil Rajdanji, former Secretary Power and Chairman Energy and Environment Foundation, Shri V.K. Garg, former CMD Power Finance Corporation, Dr. Anil Garg, President World Petroleum Technology Congress and World Oil Spill Conference, experts from oil and gas community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. On behalf of WPTC, I welcome you all and congratulate the team WPTC to organize this conference, which will provide an opportunity to all of you to see some of the latest what all is going on. I have been advised to give a small update with respect to the industry, what exactly is happening, and as Dr. Garg rightly said, that in the next few years, our contribution from fossil fuels will continue in spite of all that, whatever is being discussed with respect to the net transition or the energy transition. I would like to inform you that in spite of a difficult situation in pandemic, the work with respect to the oil and gas production has continued, and you will be happy to note that after declining gas production, for the last 2 years, the gas production has been consistently increasing. And to the Honorable Minister, sir, you will be happy to note that in the last 2 years, the gas production in the country has increased by 20%. And we expect that in the next 2 years, this will further continue to increase by 25%. This will help us in moving towards the gas-based economy and towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. This has been possible because the commissioning of the 2 major projects on the East Coast, which involves an investment of more than $15 billion, sir. So in the next few years, this work will continue. I would also like to inform that apart from the fields which are on production, the small fields which were not contributing or the discoveries which were made, we have been trying to put these on production. The fields which were stranded or not producing, those have also been put on production. And in the last 2 years, almost 10 fields have been put on production, which are contributing about 20 million meter cube of gas per day. We expect that in the next 2 years also, almost 20 more fields will be contributing in terms of oil and gas production, which will help in increasing the contribution of oil and gas production in the country. I would also like to inform you that in the last 1 year or so, we have revived the coal bed methane production, and the production area for the CBM has doubled in the last 1 year. We expect that from the current level of production of 1.9 million meter cube gas per day, it will increase to 3.5 million meter cube gas per day in the next 2 years. So the contribution from CBM will also increase. You will also be happy to note that the initiative has been taken to release all the area which was under the defense or space, and total area of EEZ is now available except almost 1% of the area for exploration and development. Currently, the bidding is going on for 26 offshore blocks, which will contribute towards the exploration and then in terms of development and production. The survey in the Andaman area, which was not there, has also been completed. And in the next few years, we expect that this field will be put on production. You will also be happy to note that almost 30 operators who are currently working, out of which 4 are the major operators, have also started contributing, and they have put small fields on production which are contributing for oil and gas. So I look forward for this WPTC, and I understand Honorable Minister has to go to the Parliament. So I'll stop over here, and we look forward for further interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. As informed, our chief guest has to attend the Parliament session, so we'll straight away start with the award presentation. The annual Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Awards were introduced for the first time in 2011 by the Energy and Environment Foundation to celebrate excellence, innovation, and best practices in the energy and environment sectors to serve as a tribute to the winners' professionalism and commitment to demonstrate excellence in petroleum and oil spill management sectors. May I now request Honorable Minister Government of India, our chief guest, Mr. Bhagwant Khobaji, to kindly honor the distinguished personality in petroleum and oil spill management sectors. I also request Mrs. Ragini Garg, Chairperson Raga Integrated, to please join us on this stage. This year, 2023, the Energy and Environment Foundation Award in Petroleum sector is being conferred on Mr. Vinay Malhotra, Managing Director, SLB, India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. Ms. Malhotra has a very rich experience in the industry and is currently the Managing Director of SLB, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. He has worked in diverse geographies, including Latin America, North to address the august gathering. Can we all together welcome our chief guest, Mr. Bhagwant Khubaji.
एनर्जी एंड एनवायरनमेंट फाउंडेशन के ओर से वर्ल्ड ऑयल स्पिल कॉन्फ्रेंस 2022 और वर्ल्ड पेट्रोलियम टेक्नोलॉजी कांग्रेस 22 ये 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के मंच पर उपस्थित श्री डॉक्टर वी.के. गर्ग जी, डॉक्टर अनंत गुप्ता जी, अनिल रजदान जी और डॉक्टर अनिल गर्ग जी और इस सभागृह में उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर और माध्यम के मित्रों, 2 दिवसीय इस समावेश के अंदर करीब 10 सेशन के दौरान अनेक महत्वपूर्ण विषय को लेकर के समय की मांग और जरूरत के हिसाब से सभी अनुभवी अपना अपना जीवन का कार्यकाल में इस क्षेत्र में योगदान दिए हुए सभी मान्यवरों का विचार आदान प्रदान के साथ महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर चर्चा होकर के निष्कर्ष के साथ इस देश को नया टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से योगदान देने का ये 2 दिवसीय समावेश बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण का योगदान मिलेगा, ऐसा मैं बड़ी दावा के साथ, विश्वास के साथ मैं कहता हूं। एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, एनर्जी सेफ्टी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। बिना एनर्जी आज का जीवन पद्धति को हम सोच भी नहीं सकते और उसी के साथ अभी कई दशकों से क्लाइमेट चेंज के ऊपर बहुत हम लोग काफ़ी विचार भी कर रहे हैं और करना जरूरी भी हो गया है। तो भारत सदियों से जियो और जीने दो केवल मानव के लिए है नहीं, मानव के साथ प्राणी पक्षियों को और पर्यावरण को भी हमने बचा के रखने का ये हमारे को विरासत में मिला है। तो एनर्जी आने वाला दिनों में फॉसिल फ्यूल की उपयोगिता जितना कम हो सके, अनिवार्यता के अलावा उसका कम करने का प्रयास विश्व भर उस प्रयास को सकारात्मक से लेकर के और अच्छे परिणाम भी उसमें मिल रहे हैं। तो जैसे भारत सरकार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी COP26 के अंदर जो दुनिया के सामने लक्ष्य रखा था, उस लक्ष्य को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए भारत सरकार बड़ी गंभीरता से और विथ कन्विक्शन से उसको आगे लेके जाने का सरकार का कोशिश लगातार होती रही है। जैसे 2015 में पेरिस एग्रीमेंट के दौरान प्रधानमंत्री जी 2022 तक 175 गीगावाट की जो लक्ष्य रखा था नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल की, तो हमने 2022 से पहले भारत सरकार ने उसको हासिल किया है। 26 के अंदर आने वाला 2030 तक 500 गीगावाट की रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का जो लक्ष्य रखी है, तो उस दिशा में हमारी सरकार पीएलआई स्कीम इन सोलार, हाइड्रोजन ऐसे क्षेत्रों में उसको लगातार बढ़ावा देने के लिए भारत सरकार काम कर रही है। और अभी अभी जो COP27 की चर्चा हो रही थी, तो दुनिया के सामने द बेस्ट 5 कंट्रीज इन द वर्ल्ड, तो भारत उसमें भी शामिल है। ये भारतीयों को बड़ी गौरव की बात है। तो ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी अन्य विकासशील देश दूसरे देशों को टारगेट देने में ही रहते हैं, लेकिन भारत सरकार इतना बड़ा आबादी को लेकर के, इतना बड़ा क्वांटिटी में, स्केल में उसका उपयोग तो लेकर के भी कार्बन पर कैपिटा आज हम विकासशील देश से भी बहुत कम है। तो ये भारत की कमिटमेंट फॉर द एनवायरनमेंट एंड नेट जीरो की स्पष्ट रूप से दर्शाता है। तो भारत सरकार आने वाले दिनों में बहुत से कदम उठाने जा रहा है और ये 2 दिवसीय आपका विषय चर्चा भारत सरकार के लिए एक रूप से गाइड करेगी, सुझाव देगी। और पिछला 8.5 साल से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का नेतृत्व वाली सरकार हर सुझाव को गंभीरता से लेती है और उस पर अमल करने का भी पूर्ण प्रमाण से प्रयत्न भी करती है। इसी के दौरान आपकी ये 2 दिवसीय चर्चा भारत सरकार के लिए एक दिशा निर्देश और पॉलिसी करने में बहुत ही मदद होगी, रहेगी। ये आशय के साथ मुझे जो यहाँ पर अवसर दिया है आपने, तो इस अवसर को देते हुए आपको मैं आभार व्यक्त प्रकट करता हूँ और अभिनंदन करता हूँ और आपको सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your remarkable address. We look forward to having your esteemed presence in the coming times also with us. And now I request Chief Guest, Honorable Chief Guest and other esteemed dignitaries to please step forward for our second set of awards. The Energy Environment Foundation Global Awards 2022. The Energy and Environment Foundation requesting Mrs. Ragini Garg to please join us as well. The Energy and Environment Foundation Global Petroleum Award 2022 are being awarded to the organization in Platinum category. Energy and Environment Foundation recognizes Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited for outstanding achievement in maritime intelligent logistic automation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited for outstanding achievement in maritime intelligent logistic automation. Kindly keep the applause going as they join us on stage. Congratulations. The Energy and Environment Foundation Global Oil Spill Management Award 2022 are being awarded to the organization in Platinum category. In Energy and Environment Foundation recognizes Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, Corporate HSE. Please give it up for Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited, Corporate HSE. A thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Many congratulations. Thank you very much. The Energy and Environmental Foundation Global Petroleum Award 2022 in Gold category. Energy and Environment Foundation recognizes Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited for outstanding achievement in e-measurement book application. Please give it up for Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited for outstanding achievement in e-measurement book application. Many congratulations to Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, dignitaries. Thank you, Mrs. Ragini, for joining us. I now request Mr. Anil Razdanji to present a token of respect, a token of gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Bhagwant Khubaji, Honorable Minister of State for New and Renewable Energy, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. धन्यवाद सर, आज आप समय निकाल कर आए हैं, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you very much for gracing this event with your benign presence. Kindly keep the applause going. Let's all thank him for joining us, for taking out his time for this event. And I now request Mr. Anil Razdan, Chairman, Energy and Environment Foundation, and former Secretary, Power, Government of India, to render the theme address. Can we all please welcome him on the dais?
A very good morning to all dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, participants in this conference, and award winners. It is indeed an important day for us that we are meeting in the shadow of a recent climate conference. And we are preparing ourselves now as a leader of COP20. G20, so to say, another group of 20, I would say. This is a stellar moment for a developing country like India to be involved at a global level in an effort to develop the world and develop the world in a sustainable manner. The Honorable Minister just addressed us, gave us a few indicators of India's vast progress in the new and renewable sphere and our resolve to move in that direction. Ladies and gentlemen, you represent the oil and gas sector, essentially. Those of us who have been involved with this sector know how crucial it is to the economy of any country, whether in transport, right from aviation to land transport, sea transport, and across value chain of materials that we use from petrochemicals. A transformation in this sector necessarily involves a transition time. We've been using hydrocarbons for accelerating growth. But hydrocarbon use has largely been confined to, in a large measure, to the developed world. Or maybe because they had these resources and harnessed them across the world, bought assets across the world, that they gained wealth. They're the source of wealth. The time has now come for energy transition. But energy transition is not going to come immediately. It has to go through a process of testing the substitute fuels. There is sun, there is wind, the elements of nature that people in this country particularly are quite familiar with. We were termed as underdeveloped because we were not very high in our fossil fuel use. Just as we started developing and harnessing these sources of energy, we were told to move to the other world because pollution, as you all know, threatens global warming, too much carbon. But I was just speaking to the Honorable Minister. Right from the early 90s, I've been working on global warming. And for me, the cardinal principle is that if the world is one, the citizen is one, and we have to be guided by the mantra of per capita emissions. Yes, we must reduce them, but the world has to move together. In this race of an energy transition, it should not happen that we are left behind again. And the future lies in galvanizing our own resources, not only material resources, but human resources also. The various supply chains. The subject of this event is really digitization. Now, where does digitization lead you? It leads you to more efficiency, faster delivery, faster monitoring. In all, I think a more granular control on the whole process, not only of exploration, production, but its distribution and commercial assessment of the whole exercise. All these operations are meant to bring efficiency, lesser pollution. You know, when you have experts from the oil industry here, you know what 3D techniques have done for you. You don't have to waste time, energy, resources, fuel, as you did in the past, probably spudding dead wells. Today, you know what to target and how to reach there fast. At the same time, you know where your products are going. Meanwhile, in the refineries, you know what is happening where, automated refineries. The whole process doesn't require more than 4 or 5 individuals, probably. This process will certainly, I think, herald new efficiencies in the sector. And I think the strength of this sector is basically the strength of the chemical engineer. To utilize a commodity to its last grain, find a useful purpose for it, extract an economic value out of it. Now, these very techniques, I would say, again, the age of the chemical engineer, to engineer new molecules, to break the old molecules into new fuels and new materials. How to sequester carbon, how to sequester it in utilization, not really push your emissions under the ground, because that is sweeping your emissions under the target, under the carpet. Now that kind of a exercise, I think, is something which a chemical engineer is most suited to give. Hydrogen, which is being touted as the fuel of the future, is not available for the asking. It's too light, it runs away from us. We know how to, as an engineer, we know how to capture it from various sources. We know how to transport it. And this very infrastructure of the gas pipelines that we have created across the world, this very infrastructure should come in useful for carrying the new materials. Of course, maybe in some cases with some modifications. So the time for our chemical engineers and chemical technologists is to turn your attention to how to reach the new fuels, how to make countries like India, which are developing, find the appropriate jobs, train people in the right direction, in the right skills. And thereafter, as we move forward, you need storage, because everything they say is going to turn by and large electrical or through hydrogen as a fuel. It's not a time for despair for the sector. Besides playing a support role for a while, being more efficient in your operations, which will reduce emissions, this transition will take, in my personal view, at least 3 decades. Countries may say that they'll be net zero by 2050. But I feel that 2070, the target given by India, seems to be more realistic. There again is a role for our corporate world. How much are we spending on research and development and deployment? Unfortunately, the record in countries like India is not very good. And I have said so at another forum 2 days back, and I say it again, that the surpluses that are coming in these so-called windfall times for the oil and gas sector should be utilized for expanding your horizons into the new technologies. The engineers are the same. Reorient your processes. Reorient your plans. Governments can tax other things, but these are sectors which need to move forward very fast. And I think we should ensure that those who spend, those corporates who spend on the right kind of research and development and deployment should be given tax breaks, investment breaks, because this opportunity should not be seized by other countries other than those particularly who need employment, who need to bring prosperity to their people, who need to bring resources to your people. It's an opportunity, I think, which we must seize, and the government has been taking steps in the right direction. But storage is an area, I think, where our engineers and technologists can work hard on materials and see that India catches lost ground, developing countries catch lost ground, we have to collaborate with the developed world also to find cheaper alternatives. The last war, which is still ongoing in Europe, has even brought developed countries to their knees in that part of the world. The rise of fossil fuel prices has been extremely debilitating in many homes in Europe. Unfortunately, when an assessment is made, my own feeling is that poverty and deprivation would have increased in this period. All transitions are painful, but we've got to see that this transition provides an opportunity for us to realign ourselves, particularly in the developing world, and move ahead in a new race. We have the intellectual ability. We need to harness our plans and our financial resources in the right direction. And hopefully, global technology and financial assistance will not only be directed towards damage mitigation, but building a new future with new technology and cheap capital. It's a stark reality that I was reading in the World Energy Outlook of the International Energy Agency, that the cost of capital in the developing world is much higher than the cost of capital in the developed world, which is a paradox. It's need to be the other way around. These are missions that we have. On the oil spill front, this conference and event is an indicator that we not only believe in producing the commodity and marketing it, but also ensuring that in its exploration, production, and transportation, wherever there is a chemical or harmful spill, it is acted upon promptly and the environment is made safe for those who may not be able to access televisions, or those species who can't even speak in the seas, trees, plant life, marine life. It is an extremely important duty of nature that we must ensure that whatever operations we conduct in a safe manner. Oil spill is just one of them. When you move to new technologies, the disposal, the discarding of what you don't need, that will require the same degree of vigilance and attention that some of the professionals here are engaged in. We have to ensure that the life cycle of any product is waste-free. It's a culture that was there in the old world, in our own families. Nothing was really discarded till it really needed to be discarded. This use and throw philosophy, unfortunately, or not in my backyard, shove it into a neighboring backyard, has produced mountains of hazardous waste around many cities. They are equally harmful like oil spills or other spills. It's my earnest wish that all the professionals who are engaged in these two sectors that we are particularly talking about today utilize their talents, their energies to ensure that in the energy transition also they will play a lead role. They have the technology and they have the drive and they have the excellence. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for the insightful address. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming towards the closing of this inaugural session. It is a tradition at the Energy and Environment Foundation to honor its distinguished guest with small mementos, with token of respect. I now request Dr. Anil K. Garg, President, World Petroleum Technology Congress, to kindly present a memento to Mr. Anil Razdan, Chairman, Energy and Environment Foundation and former Secretary Power, Government of India. A round of applause. Dr. Anand Gupta, Additional Director General, Development, DGH, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. V.K. Garg, former Chairman, Power Finance Corporation Limited and JERC. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you very much. And I now request Dr. Anil K. Garg to propose a vote of thanks.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished delegates, those who are present here and those who wish to present here. Thank you. I have to thank Niti Aayog for their support, unconditional support to these two conferences. Minister has taken time. I'm grateful to him. And those minister who has to come and they have shown their willingness to come, thank you very much. Now this is a sentimental moment to thank those who are stalwart of this petroleum technology. I will name Mr. S.K. Manglik, former CMD ONGC. I will name Colonel S.P. Wahi, CMD ONGC. Sri Subir Raha, former CMD ONGC, and Sri R.S. Batola, Chairman, Indian Oil Corporation. So I will request each and everybody to pay him a salute and pay him standing ovation. Please. He is no more. All are late, and this is a respect to them. So they must be saying, they have created a benchmark in this Vigyan Bhavan itself. Thank you very much. I have to pay my gratitude to my Guru who could not able to come here, Mr. Kuldeep Chandra, with which support I have created Petrotech 95, 97 and onwards. I have to thank Mr. Anil Razdan, who is the guiding and motivating factor, who is present here. You have seen, and we have to thank Mr. B.C. Bora, who is here. He has always given me 2-minute time for vote of thanks. Always 2 minutes. Only finish it in 2 minutes. Sir, I will finish within 2 minutes. V.K. Garg, Dr. V.K. Garg is here, who is supporting from Petrotech 95. Starting from vigilance inquiry to all others. So, Dr. V.K. Garg is here. Distinguished delegates, these two conferences, why these two conferences? Chairman SCI, Shipping Corporation of India is, Mr. Tyagi is sitting here. What is the relevance of these two conferences? They go hand to hand, because if we create pollution in the sea, then, as Mr. Razdan has said, the fishes and all the creatures of water, they are harmed. And if we are creating a real environment and protecting a real environment, maybe COP20 or 27 or whatever it may be, but from each, it is duty of each and every individual to contribute a bit in the environment field. Saving water, creating plants, or segregating waste, whatever little one can do in the house, then it will matter. And it will create a better world for our children. So thank you, all the delegates who are present here. Without you, we are nothing. This conference is nothing. So this is challenging task we have taken. And thank you, Dr. Anand Gupta, Dr. Reddy, for their support, Chairman ONGC for their support, and our sponsors, ONGC, Sun Petro, Reliance, Vedanta, Cairn, ISAR for beautiful bags, then Oil India, Summit, CMG who is sitting here, Slumberger sitting here, for Baker Hughes and Parson for the beautiful pens. So thank you very much, all the supporters. And finally, I have to thank my wife, Ragni Garg, who is the chairperson of Raga Integrated Technology Management, and who has lended me the money for the first time to create this venture. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Very many persons, but Siddharth Gupta, Dr. Madhavan, Mr. Nigam, and Vijay Kumar, and so many, Rajendra Kumar, and Dr. Negi, Alok Gupta, and so many friends who have helped me like anything. And thank you very much. Now it is time for tea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we come to an end of the inaugural session. The exhibition and display of poster papers will take place on the first floor. We request all of you to please visit the same. The first plenary session will commence in this hall at sharp 11:30 a.m. Before that, we request all of you to please join us for a cup of tea and coffee organized outside this hall on my left. You may visit the exhibition and display of poster papers on first floor, The first session to commence at 11:30 a.m. and tea and coffee organized outside the hall. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the session in few minutes from now. We request all of you to please be seated. You may call your colleagues and request them to settle inside the hall for the first plenary session. सर आपको प्रेजेंटेशन नोट करना है सर कंसोल में आपको देनी पड़ेगी प्रेजेंटेशन मैम यस वो just give me 1 minute.
1 second. एक second.
I'll just help you. Just give me
1 second. Why can't we put the thing here and directly?
हाँ that's what I'm helping you with.
I have a pen drive. I put it.
हाँ इनको प्रेजेंटेशन लोड करना है.
Pen drive है ना यही कर देते हैं ना.
क्या नहीं होगा
क्यों pen drive है ना? I can operate my pen.
हो जाएगा सर अच्छा एम होगा ठीक है
Exactly.
ठीक ये लो और कौन ये सर ये है ना नहीं हंस के ये लोडेड बीएस नेगी का नाम बता दो furnished by you कौन सा फोल्डेड यूज
करना तो आइडियली वो चाहिए
करना
पर कोई बात नहीं जहाँ भी करना है.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
कंट्रोल दे रहे हो
स्लाइड से दे दो वो भी दे दो
स्लाइडर दे दो ना वहीं से बोल देंगे स्लाइड से चेंज कर देंगे.
अच्छा ये लैपटॉप हमारे
स्लाइडर दे दो. हाँ हाँ नहीं हो जाएगा स्लाइडर दे दो है ना.
ठीक है
आई वांट टू ऑपरेट. ओके ओके ओके
तो आप यहाँ से बोलोगे
यहाँ से बोले यहाँ भी लैपटॉप तो यहीं पे लग रहा है मैम और वहाँ पे है आप स्लाइडर से चेंज कर सकते हैं. ओके नो प्रॉब्लम या देन यू फ्रॉम दिस
इट्स इक्वल लेफ्ट और राइट इसमें बीच में डिफरेंस वहीं कर दो क्या फर्क पड़ता है लैपटॉप वहीं चले जाएगा
नहीं वहाँ पे इसका सिस्टम नहीं है एक्चुअली सम वायरिंग वगैरह है ना. तो हम यहीं आ जाएंगे क्या फर्क पड़ता है.
यहाँ से बोल सकते हैं
हाँ एक ही बात है बोल दो वो वहाँ से बोल दो स्पीकर का ये बना दो.
हाँ ये ओके ये तो बोल के
और क्या शी इज नो प्रॉब्लम एट ऑल. चिंता ना करो फैंसी फैंसी कर इसका हमारी तो सीधी सादी है. मंत्री का जो दिमाग में आया लेके क्या था.
ये सब चेक कर दो
नहीं अभी तो वहाँ लग रहा है दूसरा वाला है
पुराने जमाने के है ना. अच्छा उधर से मैं पढ़ नहीं पाती हूँ इतनी डिस्टेंस से. And then you're going on saying next something we want to skip a slide.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request all of you to please settle down as we are about to commence with the first plenary session for the day. In case your colleagues are outside, you may request them to please join you inside this hall.
We are not giving her the place over here.
ये पेंट
बर्निंग का स्मेल है कोई वायर बर्न कर रही है.
अरे निपू जल्दी आ जल्दी सर इसमें कौन सा
मेरा वाला
ये पेंट किसकी है
मेरी
हाँ इसमें कुछ है इधर स्मेल आ रही देखने
किया ना
स्मेल आ रही
ये वाला
ये वाला
नीचे हाँ ये नोट तो कर दिया था मैंने
हाँ चाहिए वही तो है शायद बी एस वो है
BS
ना
नहीं किया।
हाँ ये है ठीक है
ठीक है ना बीएस एक इसकी आ रही है सर किसकी
नहीं उसकी नहीं आ रही है कार की आ रही है
मैं बता दूँगी 8-10 साल बता दूँगी.
इसीलिए तो मैं बुला रहा था उस टाइम आपको कौन सा मैम
बोर्ड करनी है कम बोर्ड नहीं चल ऑयल पेट्रोलियम खोल के बता दें.
आपको मैम इसी सेशन में आपके
वीना सोल इसी सेशन में. सर की सर ये कर दो
ठीक है
सालों बाद
हाँ हाँ
यही मोटो हो गया
ये हो गया सर आपका नोट करना पीपीटी
तब मैं आपको पेन ड्राइव दूँ।
हाँ पेन
तो ये जो वहाँ कल जो आफ्टरनून में है सेशन उसमें वहाँ आपका नाप आ जाएगा।
कल क्या है सर आपका
हाँ
कल वहीं पे कर लेंगे
वहीं पे करें।
जी जी
आप इधर ही रहेंगे।
जी जी सर अब मैं ओपन करके दे दूँगा आप नेक्स्ट आप ही करोगे।
इसका नेक्स्ट स्लाइड का किधर है वो?
ये सर ये
अच्छा वो नीचे वाला नेक्स्ट स्लाइड है
जी बोलो सर स्लाइडर बोलो नहीं सर यही से होगी सर उधर हाँ क्या हो गया क्या हो गया
I request all the honorable delegates and distinguished guests to take their seats, please.
मेरे को तो बोल के चले जाना है बस। Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a refreshing tea break, let's kickstart the first plenary session on the theme Skill and Talent Management in Oil, Gas, Marine and Shipping Sectors. This session will be chaired by Mr. Anil Razdan. Please join me in welcoming session chair, Mr. Anil Razdan, former Secretary Power, Government of India and Chairman, Energy and Environment Foundation on the stage, please. Joining him on the stage are key speakers, Dr. B.S. Negi, former member, Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board, Chairman, Resonance Energy Private Limited. Can we all please welcome Mr. Anil Razdan, Dr. B.S. Negi on the stage. Our next key speaker is Padma Shri Dr. Rabi Narayan Bastia, President, Exploration and Production, Olimax Energy Private Limited. Please give it up for Dr. Rabi Narayan Bastia. Padma Shri Dr. Rabi Narayan on stage. Ms. Veena Swaroop, former Director, HR, Engineers India Limited. Can we all please welcome Ms. Veena Swaroop? A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Dr. Mahendra Pratap, former Executive Director, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited. Dr. Mahendra Pratap joined oil industry in 1982. He holds master's degree in organic chemistry, PhD in surface science, and masters of business administration with specialization in human resource management. Can we once again welcome all the esteemed panelists present on the stage? And now over to the Honorable Session Chair, Mr. Anil Razdan.
Welcome, honorable delegates. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the plenary session 1. Unfortunately, the minister could not make it because all will appreciate that elections are just coming around, and of course Parliament is opening today, and it is a very busy time for all public leaders. He's expressed his regrets at the last moment, and Mr. Narendra Taneja also is a very busy man in such an environment. So I've been asked to not stand in, but sit in, hopefully. I have the pleasure of being in the midst of some very old friends. Dr. B.S. Negi, former member of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board and chairman of Resonance Energy Private Limited. Dr. Rabi Narayan Bastia, awarded Padma Shri, the President, Exploration and Production, Olimax Energy Private Limited. Ms. Veena Swaroop, former Director HR, Engineers India Limited, and Dr. Mahendra Pratap, former Executive Director, ONGC. The subject, as you can all see, is skill and talent management in oil, gas, and marine and shipping sectors. And when we talk, as I had mentioned to you in the morning, it is the man behind the machine who really controls and hopefully will continue to control the machine. And it is this skill and talent that has to be honed, developed, and it's never static. It is always in a dynamic mode. You've got to adjust yourself to new requirements, a new job chart. It's, in today's environment, it's as dynamic as a daily newspaper. What's important today may not be important next month. So top managers have to be really versatile and nimble-footed. Gone are the days when some of us joined a particular organization or a government department and, like a Hindu marriage, spent the rest of our lives there. Now, the times have changed, and we've got to basically be aware that what is the menu for the day, and how do we prepare ourselves and prove ourselves useful to the organization, and more importantly, to whatever developments that are taking place in the sector or related to the sector. And the higher you go, it is my experience that you not only have to save yourself, oftentimes you have to save the organization also. Your responsibility gets bigger. And as you go even higher, you don't only have to save your organization, you have to find a useful role for your sector in which you are working. And there's nothing wrong in it, because we have to be meaningful, productive players in whatever we are doing. And we've got to see what the future is for this planet, for civilization. And we have the wherewithal, we have the skills. And unfortunately, we fixed ages of superannuation in the government sector. But I think knowledge has no age of superannuation. Some of us superannuate the day we join, at least intellectually. And we keep moving as if in a train, it carries us to various stations. But that, you see, level of commitment to your job, to the cause, and as you go higher to a nation, to the planet, and to future civilizations, that, I think, is a role which I would at least strongly recommend to all our young colleagues who are here today. In skill and talent management in oil, gas, marine, shipping, this is just a sector. And within that sector, somewhere in my mid-career, we started these in-service training programs. We called them Executive Development Programs, EDPs. In the beginning, they were looked as some holiday destinations. For a week, 10 days, I remember I recently got married. Both my wife and I decided to go and do an EDP in Missouri, in the academy. It's hot 2 months of good holiday. But it turned out to be very useful. Similar was the experience in IIM Bangalore. Now, management, we found it equally important to any IAS officer. We were both IAS officers. So, morning session that we were talking about, that what is the agenda for you today? You're in the midst of energy transition. Your objective is very clear. You want to prove yourselves useful to the organization, to society, and ultimately to the planet. So all these three sectors four that we're talking about, oil, gas, of course, related, marine, and shipping. Now, where do they come in together? They are interdependent on each other in some way. And yet, some of their activities may be harmful to other creatures around you. That consciousness, that complete manager within you, and a manager who is wanting always to grow and make others grow also. The worst tree is that which doesn't allow anything else to grow under it. Unless you are able to procreate future managers within your organization, I don't think a manager is worth his salt, or be blunt enough to say not worthy of being called a manager, just a selfish human being. And that selfish human being extends even to your global responsibilities. So when you talk, in short, it's a holistic view of looking at life. And as I said, you grow in stature, you let others grow. And maybe when others are growing under you, you will grow even taller. But then age catches up, and people like me have to move out.
Not allowed.
No, not allowed. Well, none of us are in the same boat. But no. I think that's only an age which is for the calendar. So that is all that I have to say. Now I won't interfere in my colleagues. I'll just begin by asking Dr. B.S. Negi, who gave me some of my first lessons in gas in the Petroleum Ministry.
Thank you.
इधर कौन सा है जी? अच्छा उन्होंने लगा दिया उधर.
Sri Rajdanji, our mentor, he has nicely briefed the session and given it the theme. My fellow colleagues on the dais and the audience speakers representing baby boomer to ZX, Generation X even. So welcome to you all, a very warm good morning. I'll be sharing my experience and thought on skill and talent management in oil and gas and leap for marine to other fellow speaker. The question comes up as to what is the need for skill and talent management in hydrocarbon sector. Why? One, that hydrocarbon sector itself is a different sector than normal business sector. First, because we are handling right from exploration, production to distribution, right up to the kitchen, a inflammable gas. So it has to be taken care of during production, during transportation, storage, and last mile connectivity. So this is a specific subject, so therefore we limit to hydrocarbon sector. Industry scenario now changing faster than anticipated. A too rapid pace of digitization is a theme of conference also. The digitization, the automated process, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, digitization, digital twins, and Internet of Things. These are the new things coming up. As I addressed the beginning, we have the starting from baby boomers to Generation X now. So how they are coping up with the upcoming threat to the industry itself. Aging workforce, as I said, all baby boomers will retire by 2024, paving way to the new generation. And they must have been grown up actually, as Rajan Sahab has said. You have to grow and allow others to grow. That is the best way of industry coming up and giving rise to new thoughts and new opportunities. This is a system which is coming up now. Rightly, we have to prepare ourselves for a stage called UA, where total volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguous situation. You do not know what will happen tomorrow or maybe day after. So such a situation coming up, you have seen in the growing industry, earlier there was no digitalization. We are all working on logbooks, handwritten notes. Now today everything is on digitalization. So such a change abruptly coming. There could be disruption in the industry. It is possible. So are we not prepared to take care of such a situation? That is very important. So therefore, the skill development area. The paradigm shift has changed the business from what to do. New recruitees, they know what to do because they whatever they come experience, it is going to use. Now you need new skill to work upon or work at the workplace. This is a big change. Change in technology. Even in any stage, you go exploration. You have got now all even well drilling, imaginary. You can map it, what is happening. Everything is changed. So therefore, the transition from a traditional to innovative learning. So skill development has to take care of this kind of situation. So it's a small one. What we need to do, what are the threats? Technological development, economic shocks, growing industries and growing economies, falling economies, you have seen in the global context, competition, new technology, new media, new things coming up, and there will be social trends, as you have seen in the morning. Now, COP20, COP27 coming up. They say you have to first finish it up, no carbon footprint by 2050. Now we say, no, it will be 2070. At least we have to prepare. These are the new social requirement. And then world politics. You have seen the effect of Russia-Ukraine war, how their prices have changed, and even the industries' survival is becoming difficult in some of the places. So this is all threats to the system which has to take place by the skilled manpower. Now next is skill profile. It is basically a representation of the skill associated with a person or a team or an organization or a community. Let's say India is so skilled, so it is the entire country. Because the acumen or the talent and the skill within the country describes the country's skillness. or an individual also, the student, some may be very good in playing, somebody very good in researching, somebody very good in mathematics. So these are areas of his skill, but group-wise, it will be one, let's say, institute. So-and-so institute is ranked number 1, based on the skill performance of that university. What are the input? Underlying skill data together with the estimate of the level of expertise, how you are controlling, how you are assessing, way to organize the data, and visual and interactive presentation of the digital data. This is what you need to input, and skill profile help. In skilling, planning, link people to similar profile. Suppose you want a very good upstream man, you pick up the profile, see his experience and put it there. Then we have link people to role and projects. You say he could be good for marine project, he could be good for city gas project, he could be good for refineries. Skill-based talent management, very important. You have to identify the skill which is required for a particular job. Then hire the people who meet such requirement and develop that skill set within the organization. This is a very difficult question. I will try to resolve it as to how to map actually. What is the scale? He may be good, he may be better, he may be best, but what is the scale? We have to see that it's very easy to say identify skill required for the job. Yes, you can identify, but how to identify within a man, within a person? That's a big task actually. So we will discuss that also. Now the issue now is skill-based talent management is not an HR concern. Don't leave it to HR. It is whole company's initiative. Everybody has to identify. You want to pick up a person that HR alone will not pick up. You have to involve. The whole organization has to involve. One step is equally good as another step. What I mean to say, supposing you want to identify a talent requirement or the skill requirement for a particular job. Now you describe it. Now then to identify that job within that particular person, whether he is capable of doing that or not, you have to have a system of marking, system of assessing. In interviewing, there has to be a probe type question. So you probe him whether he knows that skill or not. So the interviewing also is a big skill actually to come out of the skill of the person you are interviewing. Very important. Then flow chart for a new business or a existing business, both it apply. Business strategy define the skill required, functional and soft skill. If you cover the today's environment, the soft skill has become equally important than the functional skill. That we have to have competence like coaching, monitoring, mentoring, and deal with the change management, how it deals with. Then skill assessment tools, as I was talking. There are defined tools with some accuracy. They will not be 100%. Then use them, and then workforce development is a part of that selection. What it benefits both employees and the employer. The employees get benefit by increased career mobility. If he's trained in one particular skill or he has a good skill acquired or inbuilt, whatever it is, he could be a hot cake wanted everywhere in the organization or in the country. So that is one he gets. And it is in the greater interest of the organization and whole as a country. If you develop a skill, yes, it can be part with. There is nothing wrong in that, in the country's perspective. Then recognition for contributors, not background based. You say, I have 15 years experience in so-and-so job. That doesn't give anything actually. You have been doing 16 years for the same job. So no, you have to be recognized that in that particular sector you have done so much good thing. What are your achievements? So it is not the length of your experience, it is the recognizable achievement of your career. That is very important. Then future-proofed career. If it happens, then you are sure that in any stage, what I was referring in the beginning, the change of the society and change of the industry both have changed. Requirements have changed. So therefore, if you have a good adaptability, and which you have under this skill development, then your career is secured forever actually. That's what we are telling to Rajan Saab, that you never retire. The kind of experience which they have in any direction or in any other field, you don't retire. And why do you retire actually? There is no necessity. You have to upskill yourself. That is very important. If you do not want to retire, you upskill. Then benefit employer are increase organizational agility. You take quick action because if you are dealing anything, maybe somebody else encash that opportunity. So therefore, Increase organizational agility, one thing. Greater employment engagement, employees engagement. They will definitely see, if he is interested to know more and more, and companies providing him that particular kind of opportunity, rest assured he is not going to leave you for at least 1 decade. Third one, improve organizational alignment with the changing environment. A future-proofed workforce, either way. The employee is proved for future and organization also is proved for future. So therefore, organizations that cannot connect skill to work are at a risk of being outplaced by those that are more rapidly deploying mission critical talent. That's very important, and it is going to really happen. What I have told you, this is to prepare the organization for any volatility in the business, uncertainty in the actions, complex behavior, and ambiguous situation. How to prepare, we have to dwell upon them. Radial change, if you see globally, I'll only touch 2 things. How people go, let's say example of TNT, Trinidad and Tobago, very good oil and gas, but workforce is not matching that requirement. So they have to train themselves. One issue. They have the resource. Second place, let me use example of Israel. Israel hardly an oil and gas. But believe me, when we were starting CNG in India, the Israeli delegation came, they said we want to have the absorbent system for CNG transportation. I said, wherefore we have learned, although no R&D. So if you want to develop your skill, it is not necessary that particular item is available to you directly. It is worldwide. So global approach, we must have in our issues, global approach. Anything available now today is the internet. You can scan. So therefore, do not limit your expertise because your skill may be in that direction which is not available in the industry. Go beyond. Your limit is the globe. That's what I want to have. So dear students, especially those who are coming from institute, it is for you. Don't leave your choice of following a particular area because there are takers if you are giver. So giver means your level of talent, level of skill should reach to that level. Skill shortage in India, first is that education and training. Still we have shortage of about 41%. This is a study given by some institute in Brunei. They studied in Indian context what happens. Even if, or even though we have good institute, you have UPS Dehradun, PDPU, Ahmedabad, you have Rajiv Gandhi Institute, Raebareli, and so many, MET, but the skill coming out is neither full in quantity nor full in talent required. I'm sorry to say, don't mind, but it gives you an input actually. If it is lack of skill quantity, increase it. Still we need more. Still we need more people. So therefore there is no shortage of learning. Then we have independent succession planning. Again, what Mr. Azhar has said, you have not only to grow, you have to make others to grow. Succession planning, so that when you really leave that particular job, there must be another person, not one, more than one to take over your position. And this kind of shortage in India today is 24%. People do not believe, okay, let's see what happens at the time. No, you should see beforehand. Then strict immigration. That means if you have good talent somewhere, suppose in Norway you have found out one good person for oil spill management. Can he come? Can he afford? So these kind of either inter-country arrangements or as a whole global arrangement, we should provide that sharing of the skill inter-countries. Loss of expertise due to aging worker. This is only 14%, and aging is a phenomena which cannot be stopped. And as I said, all baby boomers will retire by 2024, and they have special experience. And the next generation, X we can call it, they are in the almost top management. So how to really cope up with the future? That is very important. If there is a question, there has to be answer. Identifying skill gaps. Now this is for organization which is now trying to cope up with the changing environment. As I said, VUA, which says examining your business strategy and write down the key goal, what do you want to achieve in the organization, in the changing business scenario. Then note that professionals are required, what kind of professional required, and do you have, describe what skill set of each professional required, make a list of skill within your organization, this skill set we want. Then compare those lists with the calculate of the risk gap, skill gap. If it is, if organization is less, then you have gap. If it is more, then you can migrate. So mostly it is less because you are going for changing environment, new environment. So fill the gap by choosing proper person and train existing employees. So it is always not required because if you are diversifying in a business domain, maybe you are selving off something which is existing in the organization. So what you do, you retrain. The possibility that again the same study has said, if you retrain the employees, 64% you can really train them within your, suppose you have 10, so at least 6 people are capable of meeting the requirement of the company in a new business environment. This is one. Second, you can have people taking from outside, transfer, 36%. Then you can have partner with the organization which have that, joint venture type. So 29% skill, and ultimately launch initiative, more women, as I was talking. Again, study says they are more sticking to the job and doing the job in much learning way. That's the 22%, the study says. So therefore, you have to also look upper or look to the universities to get that skill. This basically is a triangle which gives you what kind of skill development, capacity building is changing in faster and anticipated. The bottom line gives you skill base, bottom of the pyramid. Then you have analytical mind. So those who are performing skill-based job, still they are the backbone of the company. Analytical, next then, expertise base is the top of the triangle. See, if you see the paradigm of project management, they say if you are specialized, you can be bought. That's what we put on the top. The pyramid will be stable when the base is stable. So if you want to hire an expertise means again he is not a pool of talent. He is a skill man, only one area. So on the top. So therefore, when you want to make a project manager, now he has to know something of everything, and he is a journalist. The man who knows something of everything, he is a journalist. But if you see the project management book, it says such a journalist is not possible in the world. Only few. So therefore, he is a specialist. So probably a journalistic specialist you cannot hire. You have to create or poach. Hiring is difficult. But on the top, if you have only one skill, rest assured your market is good, company can hire. Now these are the type of skill I was talking. What skill? So again, don't be misguided by these 10 commandments. You need to have the domain expertise, which is not coming here. It will be encompassed in this skill. Let's say adaptability, one of the skill. How do you get adopted in the change environment of mechanical working to digital working? One. Then strong communication skill. Time yes, I'll finishing up. Project management skill, critical thinking, problem solving, leadership, time management, team player, global thinking, and conflict management. These are 10 traits I could find that put it in the skill, but rest assured your domain expertise will never go bad. This is what the manager or the organization can deal with, the people they are having, how to assess them. There is x-axis I have given performance, y-axis is potential of an individual. So there is a scoring people or there is assessing people, they are giving marks. So what persons is assessed by many individuals and where he ranks. So you have to be concerned about first axis, Z1, X1, and then 2, and the maximum score is 9, 3 by 3. So top right, you can assess. So this is, you have to take care of the people Who are in the middle band, they are all scoring 4, and also the first quadrant. So how you take care of them? Okay, I will just pass go. This also can escape. This is the final proposed model, how you should go. Then we have to inculcate now, we have to develop the skill. There are 2 models. One that we go for the working level, ITI. Another model is from institute. They are giving degree course, BTech. Both have to be skilled in those particular areas where you want them to work. And then after skill mapping, then you have selection of them and place them in the proper place. Once you place, then you have to assess them and then replace them. There's a normal phenomenon, HR. Now, final slide in Indian initiative, what we are doing. Skill India initiative, already launched by Honorable Prime Minister in 2015, working well. The National Skill Development Missions, Hydrocarbon Skill Council, they are also doing well. Good institute in Bhubaneswar, Vizag, Kochi, Ahmedabad, and Raebareli established. Pradhan Mantri Yojana, initiative of city gas entities and professional institute, as I explained earlier. So with this now, I have overshooted the time. Thank you very much for listening, and we will meet again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nevik Saab. We value your experience and your overall assessment. I would now request Dr. Rabi Narayan Bastia, President, Exploration Production, Oilmax Energy Limited, to kindly give his views. I am chairing an event. I'll talk to you at 1 o'clock.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be deviating from the normal skill and talent development normally which is taught in the industry. Skill and talents are indispensable tenets for oil and gas. In my lifetime, at least I have heard 5 times that the oil and gas era is going to be over. The oil and gas which is there will last only for 15 years. I have been hearing it from 1980. And friends, we are still there. Every time this discussion came or the confusion arose, the world has come up with much bigger discoveries to tackle that. Whether it is the Middle East, whether it is the Gulf of Mexico, whether it is Africa, whether it is in the deep water which has been opened for the first time after 90s. New frontiers have come to rescue the mankind when it was in crisis, and it will continue to happen that way. Skill and talents. The skill is learned by practice, which we apply, the technique and the execution. But the talent is probably naturally gifted by birth, ideas, concepts, and innovation. To me, skill is an ability or proficiency in a specific area which can be divided into the technical skills, application and execution skills, and the interpersonal skills. Talent, a conscious, deliberate approach undertaken to attract, development, and retain the skill set with the aptitude and abilities to meet the current and future organizational need. Competence, commitments, and contribution. These can probably explain the skill and talent combination together, which is needed for the industry. I will now come to my famous slide, which I normally show to the students. How do we differentiate between skill and talent? Everybody can see the grape, but only few of you can see the wine in it. That is the innovation. That is the skill plus talent. So when only few can see something, you can see the invisible which is not seen with a normal skilled person. That is the difference between skill and talent. From the palm lips to the palm top, microprocessor to the robot, artificial intelligence, machine learning, bicycle to the aeroplane, fuel engine to the electric motors, 2D seismic to the 3D and the 4D, wood fire to the LED bulb, hydrogen, hydrocarbon to hydrogen. The monkey has evolved to human being. So skill and talent will also evolve. I will now get you to the skill and development which has evolved and resulted in some of the exciting things for the oil and gas, and it will continue to happen that way. When we started the oil and gas exploration, the most obvious anticlinal closures were thought to be the hydrocarbon-bearing resources. That was only 5% of the sedimentary basins. So our entire intelligence was focused around those 5%. We called it structural traps. Slowly, with the talents, we understood that the hydrocarbon could coexist in stratigraphic trap, which could constitute 50% of the sedimentary basin areas. Vast, huge. So migrated from this conventional structural to stratigraphic approach. Then found the subtle traps which cannot be identified in the conventional technology of gravity magnetic or the magnetotelluric or the rudimentary 2D seismic could be found in the high resolution 3D seismic, subtle trap exploration. Finally, the frontier of deep waters, where nobody believed that the hydrocarbon could coexist in the turbidites and the biogenic gas, also came to the existence. Then, Gulf of Mexico opened up a new corridor in the salt and below salt provinces, and that became a new frontier, and the concept of oil and gas has evolved. Though it is 150 years old, it has evolved every time and charted the new frontiers. The paradigm shift in the understanding of the petroleum from the land, petroleum was considered to be focused only close to the land or in the near coast. But the concept has gone far beyond, and today we are in the water depth of more than 3,000 meters. And that is the progression in the paradigm shift in the understanding. So the petroleum search and production has moved from the land to the near coast and now to the deeper waters. Also covered the desert, which was not considered to be a good enigmatic area for hydrocarbon exploration. I will show you few examples where you can see how skill and talent combined together had given you the surprises, and all the time the surprises were much bigger than whatever has been before. This is a basin which has been explored for 150 years now, Wilcox Basin in Gulf of Mexico. When the exploration started, the first discovery was made in a depth of 500 meters in the land. The exploration continued for 30 years. The second cycle of exploration went to the waters near the coast, 30 meters water depth. It continued there for the next 50 years. The third one came when they found the technique to penetrate the salt and go a little deeper. And by that, they went up to 3,000 meters depth, and the third cycle brought about 10 billion barrels of hydrocarbon, new resources below the salt. The fourth one, which is the recent one, in the same basin, had been opened up in the deeper waters beyond 1,000 meters of water depth. And my friends, reservoir sands have been found in a 300-mile long and 50-mile wide fairway parallel to the present day shelf margin in 150 years. So skill and talent combined together can change the perception of a basin. You could have new wine in the old bottles every time in this industry. 5,000 to 10,000 feet of water containing more than 20 fields 50 billion barrels of oil equivalent in this field alone. I'm showing you some examples. You will be very excited to see that. These are two continents. The bottom one, Latin America, and the other one is Africa. If you could see, I am unable to get the point. The tip of the Latin America can fit into the side of the African continent. That means both the continents were together before they got separated. When we got the exploration successes after success in Gulf of Mexico, if they were together before, why can't the African continent will be hydrocarbon bearing? With that concept, the continental margin of Africa has been opened up, and the last 20 years, it has seen unprecedented, about 100 billion barrels of hydrocarbon has been discovered in the African coast, in the conjugate margins of Latin America. If you see the seismic, you can see the mirror image as if they are in the same place. But the left-hand side pertains to the South America, and with little data gap, the African continental margin seismic. The seismic suggests the continuity of the events, continuity of the reservoir qualities is there, and thanks to the multi-client regional seismic, which not only connect the state boundaries, but connect the continent boundaries for the prospectivity understanding. So these are the skill and talent, and not to be precisely getting inside the hole and searching for the skill and talents. There are some pictures which I will skip because how it was before and now how it is. If you could see some of these pictures, before we could not see even some of the signatures which could be so important for the geoscientist to explore. And getting into the technology front, when we started the exploration, people were digging the well by hand digging. And now we have come to the 6th generation drilling rig. And from the vertical hole, we can drill horizontal leg more than 4 to 5 kilometers horizontal in the strata to penetrate the maximum surface area. And the multilaterals, from one hole, we could drill 20 holes to give you the best aerial coverage. Some of these fields in Cambe and Assam, which we tell that the old basins, since some of my friends are there from ONGC, Oil India, and some other companies, the fields which have been explored and considered to be matured, please believe me, they are not matured yet. Every time you find new plays in the existing plays or besides existing plays through new technology or enhancing the resolution of the technology which have been available to you. So these are few examples which have really made these two basins to be rethought again for their newer plays. This is the east coast of India. This is not the abstract painting. This has been done by us. Dr. Avinash Chandra will vouch for me when he was the DG, first DG, an eminent geologist. I went to him by showing these pictures, and he told, Ravi, this is the tip of the iceberg. And after the first discovery when we made in the deep waters of India, he told, the triple junction is opening, and you will not only see it in Krishna Godavari, but see it in the Mahanadi. So the story of deep water began there, and I will not get into the details of that. But this, Dr. Rajan Saab, I must get you these two slides for the benefit of the country as a whole. We may be talking two big things. The technology status in India is really bleak. India and East Europe, they are in the lowest of the technology speed. We have to speed up. It is further alarming. If you see the oil and gas publications worldwide, India stands very negligible. This is the bubble map. And if you see the publications which have made impact in oil and gas, India doesn't appear there. So when we went to the AAPG for the first time, when we made this deep water discovery, That was the first ever concept which had impacted. And when we got that Millennium Symposium Award, that was the only concept of India which was prevalent. It is really simple. And how do we do that? Ideas are nobody's monopoly. Do not follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. This is for the youngsters, those who are sitting at the back bench. The skill and talents are not meant for destruction. The Russia and Ukraine war is not yet over, 300 days. So much of destruction is going on. So the skill and talents to be nurtured for the benefit of the mankind, for the benefit of the civilization. Nobody made a greater mistake than who did nothing because he could only do a little. So please try to get into the talent pool which is available to you, connect it with the skill, and get the journey much brighter for you. Wishing you all a great journey ahead. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you, Bastia Saab, for your very learned exposition, hands-on, and your message that we've got to run like a cheetah. And we must be fast and swift and be able to change course whenever necessary. In fact, Negi Saab mentioned that I never retire. My wife told me that I retired the day I joined service. So, that is a matter of perception. Unfortunately, she's not there, but today I do complete 74 years of existence, which is bad. Okay, thank you very much. And may we now have our very distinguished next speaker is Veena Swaroopji. She's a very, very experienced HR professional. And particularly, I would say that with more and more ladies joining the top executive positions, to be hearing her today is indeed a matter of great pleasure and relevance, because it's ladies like her who have shown the way, and hope that they are an inspiration to many other young ladies to come forward and join this sector.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I'd like to thank the organizers for having me here, and my compliments to them in this 2 days technical conference to give importance to talent and skill. Thank you for giving that, because I always feel that HR is always at center stage. My previous speakers have spoken and made very comprehensive presentations and covered the entire gamut of skill and talent management. But nevertheless, since I've been invited to speak, I will try to restrict to 10 minutes and share my thoughts with all of you. The overarching theme of this conference is digitalization, digital transformation of the oil and gas, the shipping, and the marine sector. And the theme for this session is about skill and talent management for these sectors. It's very often said that talent drives business and skill fuels talent. So they're totally interrelated to each other. The present organization today is focused on process excellence. It's purpose-driven. There's adaptive technology and agile teams. So the focus is on evolution of processes, operational excellence, product quality, design thinking, state-of-art technology, and flexible autonomous teams. There has to be talent fungibility. So what are the key needs today? Gone are the days when you could have large organizations and you could just pick up some relievers and leave reserves and things like that. Today, organizations need to be lean, need to be thin, need to be with focused manpower. The focus is very important on everything. So organizations need to be very adaptive, agile, and resilient. And all this was proved during the pandemic. The key differentiator for any organization, you will all agree, is the workforce. You may have any number of best machines and processes, but it's the workforce, the human resource, the quality of human resource, which actually is the key differentiator. As they very often say, and I love that quote, that business that does not create value. It's the people who create the value. And I'm sure all of you will agree with me with that. So when that be so, it's very imperative and important to have an effective HR strategy aligned with the business strategy. You can't just have HR happening ad hocly. It's as technical, and it needs to be managed and planned the way you plan business. So you need to have an HR vision. An organization needs to have an HR vision aligned to the corporate vision and an HR strategy flowing from it. And I'm very proud to say that in my two organizations where I worked, in Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, where I was for 3 decades, and then finally at EIL on the board, we had an HR vision. I was associated with it. And we had an HR strategy. So each time there was a diversification, we knew, we had planned how we are going to have the people who are going to run that new setup. Some realities about these industries. Industry at heart, you will all agree, is a people's business. So I'm a HR professional, so I'm going to speak what I think about business. It's a people's business. Globally, these industries have engaged the specialists in the area of engineering, technology, and their potential, their experience and expertise has been harnessed to boost productivity on one hand and to develop new resources. These sectors need to essentially maintain skill levels and attract the new talent. So what are the challenges faced by these industries? And could be many more. Today we in this conference are discussing this sector, but maybe that could be common to all. Globalization, the changing geopolitical relationships, disruption in existing business models, new and increased competitors, my previous speakers have also spoken about that, changes in supply and demand dynamics, social environment pressures, demographic shifts, aging workforce. And here, it's very, very ironical that on one hand we say at the national level we are rich in demographic dividend, but in these sectors, we have an aging workforce, and we need to work for that. And rise of exponential technologies. So there is a global shift in talent management trends. And the 3 areas which are coming into focus globally are critical nature of human element, alternative workforces, and a shift in recruitment processes. So when I say that, where skill gaps in the critical nature of human element, the skill gaps have to be identified, and you need upskilling and reskilling. You must retain experience. There is an effort, a focus to retain experience by having an engaging culture. And how can you bring about that engaging culture? By emphasizing on performance management, a transparent system, succession planning. We've all gone through it, but I need to reiterate the importance of these. Surveys, employee surveys that need to be done, and benefits, employee benefits, and above all, a focus on mental and physical health, especially after the pandemic. Mental health has also come into focus, and a lot of organizations are focusing and seeing what they can do best for their organizations in this area. Employees need to be empowered and then they'll be productive. In alternative workforces, it's an evolving system. So once it's evolving, there are going to be different models where you can have when I joined ONGC in 1983, I remember we used to just be recruited and everyone was recruited in the organization. Today, companies have opened up, all our companies have opened up to outsourcing and to hiring of experts, and now gig economy is coming up it's come up in a very, very big way. So that must be leveraged upon to see that expertise can be leveraged upon through these gig workers. And of course, if we can manage to use the platform workers too. It's a win-win situation for both, where the gig economy, it's a greater flexibility and autonomy for the worker, whereas for the employer, they are leveraging on the expertise. And shift in recruitment practices. There's a call for greater emphasis on diversity and inclusion. Strong employer branding attracts top talent. So these were things we never thought of many years back, but today there's so much of competition, and with the millennials being so risk-taking and job jumping, it's important to focus on all these. So once I've spoken about the global shift, I'd like to come back to talent management, creating an ecosystem. It's a call for action. We need to build a workforce for future, an agile workforce. Ensure teams can handle any change and very quickly. Identify skill gaps. Focus on skilling. And here again, though the weakest link over here is this. A lot of people are saying so much of skilling is happening, so much of effort is going into that, but why is it that we're having shortage of people? It's the difference between the demand and supply. In fact, I chaired a task force at FICCI, or the Skill Development Task Force, and we prepared a report on Skill India reforms, which the Honorable Minister released in September in the Global Skills Summit. And we are hopeful, and this is one of the areas which we have really emphasized on, that a proper gap analysis must happen, and skilling should be in that area. What is happening is, the trainers find it easy to set up a setup for maybe a beautician's course or a sewing machine course or maybe retail, and skilling happens there. But the jobs are somewhere else. So on one hand, you are having people without jobs, and on the other hand, we have shortage of resources. So we have brought this up, and in fact, yesterday itself, there was a meeting at Niti Aayog where we have come out with a suggestion that let there be skill gap analysis at national level. So I would urge upon all the leaders of these sectors sitting here to try and at least have the gap analysis of your own sectors. Capacity building of trainers, harness knowledge of experienced and specialists and technicians, leverage on apprenticeship, make them industry ready. Most of our public sectors, at least we do that. Strengthen the 3 pillars on which organizations stand: leadership, teams, and culture, and leverage multiple work models. Upskilling to be focused. A lot of push has been given through the pandemic, but it's important that this is focused. And of course, the routine talent management activities that we do, but we must continue to do them. Each has its own relevance. Rotational training be ensured, mentoring and coaching, industry academia collaboration be encouraged. Especially the industry must have a role in the curriculum setting. And I remember when I was in ONGC, we had a number of chairs and a number of MOUs with IITs, and similarly, I got them done in EIL also. And it helps, definitely it helps when you have the IITs and other associated institutes who can make the youngsters and youth ready for your own industry. Global collaboration should be given impetus, and training for high-end equipments and infrastructure be encouraged. So finally, the chair of this session, Mr. Razdan, had said that organizations are very dynamic. They need to be dynamic, sir. And we need to be ready to, all the time, to restructure the organization, redesign the jobs, reskill the talent, re-engineer the workforce, and reconstruct teams. And that's the only way that we can meet all the challenges and run the speed of cheetah that Mr. Bastia mentioned. So thank you all for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Veena for very skillful act there. And I think one of the organizations, if some friends recollect in the oil and gas sector, everybody would ask a question, how is Barmer Lorry a travel agency under the Petroleum Ministry? They began, I believe, when I tried to find out, sitting in one of their meetings, said that we began by making barrels, I think, for transporting oil. And they found more dynamic areas to get into. And travel, imagine, became their mainstay. So of course, I found that they were not traveling enough to find new business. So I gave them a suggestion. I said, I think your property in Calcutta is very precious. I knew that Bengal-based, Calcutta-based people will rather sign a death warrant than go out of Calcutta. Why don't you sell this property and shift to Bombay or Bangalore or somewhere? Immediately, they galvanized it to action. So, anyway, but I mean, organizations must have to be versatile. You have to seize the opportunity, you have the talent, a new opening may emerge anywhere. So never lose your skill, never sit there on the desk that you are going to come back here tomorrow. You should always be prepared that I may be asked to move. Future ready, precisely. Thank you very much. Our person to have the last word is Dr. Mahendra Pratap in this session, former Executive Director of the ONGC. Mahendra ji, please go ahead. Absolutely.
Good afternoon, my senior colleagues and young generation present here. The most difficult job in any conference is to speak on the same subject. After 3 or 4 eminent speakers, but I will try to justify my presence here in next 14-15 minutes. Talent management in oil and gas sector. In today's socio-economic and political scenario, petroleum industry worldwide is passing through a very critical phase, in fact, when on one side, the costs of exploration and production of oil and gas are increasing day by day. Monetization of assets, especially the small and marginal assets, is becoming more challenging. Increasing and even maintaining the production of oil and gas from the existing fields, both in onshore and offshore environments, is becoming more and more difficult. And on the other side, there is a social pressure on the sector across the globe not to increase the prices of oil and gas being supplied to the consumers. In such a situation, the only options left with the industry are, 1, to increase the efficiency of the workforce that is engaged in the sector, and 2, use of latest cost-effective technology available in the market. For both the options, increasing efficiency of the workforce or to use the cost-effective technology, talent and skill management plays a vital role and needs to be given a grand focus by the industry as a whole. Talent management, as defined by David Ulrich, a university professor, working in the University of Michigan, USA, a renowned thinker, a philosopher, and a management consultant, very senior management consultant. He has defined talent management that it is a continuous systematic process, not an event, to secure general and targeted individual competencies and organizing capabilities of an individual that create sustainable value for multiple stakeholders, which include customers, employees, and investors. Talent management can also be defined in a simple terms as the methodically organized strategic process of getting the right talent on board and helping them grow to their optimal capabilities, keeping organizational objectives in mind. The process, in fact, permeates all aspects pertaining to human resource at work while ensuring that the organization attains its objectives. Key steps in the continuous process of talent management includes planning the human resource requirement as objectively as possible and minutely formulating the job description. The next step is attracting the quality talent through proper means of communication, through ads, or many options are available in the market as on date. Then, after attracting the quality talent, we have to have proper selection of the right people who can match the organizational requirements. Developing these selected people through training, counseling, coaching, mentoring, etc., for enhancing their skills, aptitude, and proficiency. Then the most difficult part of the talent management comes in retaining the skilled and this talented pool with the sector. The major concerns today with this oil and sector includes the average age in the sector, as already spoken by my previous speakers, is quite high. Average age is around 45 years. Unfortunately, in this sector, we have inconsistent recruitment policies across oil and gas sector both, and there are various reasons for that. Then, inconsistent career progression policies, inevitable natural as well as voluntary attrition, and heavy retirement of the workforce. Lack of awareness about the sector in the society, students, even those who are doing their specialization in petroleum engineering and some special sectors related to oil and gas, they also sometimes prefer for lucrative careers somewhere else other than this particular industry. In universities and academic institutions, though a number of students are enrolled, but the reality is that there is a faculty crunch in these institutes. And the reason, one of the reasons is the compensation. Experts who are available in this particular sector, they are attracted towards the industry as compared to the educational institutions. Then there is a lack of industry-academia interaction, as already indicated by Ms. Veena Swarup. There is an urgent requirement, and this urgent requirement we are listening for last 30, 40 years, but nothing concrete is being done on this particular aspect. This industry-academia interaction is very, very important if we really want to attack this particular problem of oil and gas sector. And the conferences, the seminars that Dr. Garg has initiated, these type of platforms can definitely help, and we should try to invite as many as possible students from different institutes who can interact with our industry colleagues and get the feedback, what is the special attraction available in this particular industry. Then, inadequate pay compensation, if we really compare it with the other sectors, especially IT sector, consultancy services, these are some sectors which are paying much, much higher pay compensation as compared to oil industry. In this particular industry, the compensation is definitely not commensurate with the nature of job. If we really look at oil and gas sector, there are highly demanding and hazardous working conditions with limited career opportunities, leading to attrition at both junior and management levels. Other sectors are offering more lucrative and attractive careers with better work quality of life balance. That particular aspect, definitely with our own experience, we can say this work-life balance is definitely missing in this particular sector. That needs to be given a special attention. Keeping in view these major concerns, industry needs to focus on innovative approach for attracting young talent. Some of these people are available here. They should go back from this conference as ambassador to see the importance of this particular sector, and they should discuss with their colleagues what opportunities are available here. After induction, there is a need for structured training and retraining of workforce in some specialized activities, especially the geosciences and basin research, for example, seismic data processing and interpretation, reservoir management and reservoir modeling, drilling and well control, production and maintenance of oil equipments and structures, and safety, health, and environment. Industry needs to focus. Once a proper pool of talent is developed, then industry has to focus on carefully honest performance evaluation at regular intervals, then performance-related appropriate compensation. One of the most important aspects is motivation of employees through timely appreciation and recognition. Effective grievance management system, stress management programs needs to be introduced in the sector, like some sports activities, etc. Then attractive welfare schemes, both pre and post-retirement. These schemes, some of them are available, but they are not as lucrative as required for the human being to enjoy after retirement. Then industry needs to focus on the talent pool. I will just give 2-3 ideas which are just away from the normal routine, that in oil and gas sector, we have to have a different talent pools for onshore and offshore environments. To be more precise, though the basic principles in oil industry are the same for governing the oil processing, but the ground realities, ground working conditions, risks, and operational environments are entirely different in onshore and offshore. So there is a need for talent pool trained and developed for onshore and offshore, and then nurture them differently for these two different environments. Then, just like in some other sectors, retention bonus program for highly skilled workforce engaged in zero defect tolerance activities, especially in offshore environment, just like blowout experts. They need to be given special emphasis, special recognition in the sector. Then reservoir simulators. There is an urgent need to attract them. Then seismic experts. These are the three areas which are coming to my mind that they should be given retention bonus programs in the sector. That is very important. Then industry needs to focus on talent pool for basic and applied research. Oil industry is a knowledge-based industry that we all know, and a very old proverb says that it is input deterministic and output probabilistic. But that proverb is still valid. We are hearing the same proverb for the last 40 years, but even today it is equally applicable because the operational challenges encountered keep on changing, which needs continuous improvement in the organizations. And these continuous improvements can be based only on basic and applied research. The stakes are very high. I can give you one example from my own experience being a reservoir engineer, a case of enhanced oil recovery. The oil and gas that we establish, we are able to take out only say 15 to 40% of oil and 50 to 60, 70% of gas. So there is a possibility that we have to give emphasis to the research to improve the recovery efficiencies because the major investment has already been done for the exploration and discovery of this oil and gas. But that much part, 70% of oil is left in the reservoir. 30, 40% of gas is left in the reservoir. So investments have already been made, but we have not realized the benefits out of it. Industry needs to focus on alignment of HR and line managers. As Director HR EIL was mentioning, the HR primarily is responsible for skills and talent management activities, but there is a need that we have to develop a mechanism for continuous interaction based on the live feedback from line managers to align the individual aspirations with long-term organizational goals and objectives. HR and line managers, in fact, are the two wheels of the same cart, which needs to be aligned if we really want to move our cart smoothly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your very wise and practical address, and I think very useful to the younger generation to know what's to be done. I think the panel is unanimous that there ought to be a two-way communication. So maybe 5 minutes if the organizers permit and don't cut into our lunch plate, that quickly, if anybody in the participants want to, it applies to the first row and to the last row, that any questions, any ideas, sir, please. There is a roving mic coming to you, please. Sir, just a minute, sir. Thank you. The gentleman there, please. You have a choice of 2 mics. You can hold one in each hand.
Thank you very much. Myself, Professor Amar Garg, Vice Chancellor, Shobhit University, Meerut. I would like to point out one very important thing with the industry people who are sitting here. I'm in the education since last about 45 years. And we are seeing a trust deficit between the academia and the industry when we come on the platform of the academic interaction. So how this trust deficit between the industry and the academia can be built? One point. I would like to suggest through this big platform that we should make such type of the system that the industry people, it should be mandatory for the industry people for 15 days to 20 days in the university, and the university people should also be mandatory for the in the industry to work, so that the trust deficit can be curtailed and both can collaborate comfortably. That is my suggestion. Thank you.
Veena ji, would you like to take that?
So you're very right, because I'm also a firm believer that there needs to be interface between and collaboration between industry and academia. And like we've done in my previous organizations, but somewhere I feel even academia needs to be more proactive. They need to come forward, because ultimately if it's the need of the industry, it's the need of academia also that their students are well placed. So it has to be both ways, and some kind of an MOU which is signed. Like what we were doing in EIL and in ONGC was that we were sending our domain experts to the IITs to take lectures in the specialized areas and inviting them to our R&D centers to come and work together in a collaboration, do workshops together. So it has to be proactive on both sides. It really is required.
See, I would have another suggestion in addition to that, that what makes our system in some of our developing countries different from some of the advanced countries like the US is that you keep going back to academia to enhance your skills, to get applied specializations, which is something which is not happening in our part of the world. I think you need to keep going there and coming back. It is a humbling experience for you also. You come to know how much you don't know. And at the same time, it's respect that you learn as you work and probably branch off also into an area which is more exciting today. And the academia also enriches itself by your presence there and your interaction with them, and the mutual respect will grow. It's like human relationships. If you stop visiting your relatives and friends, the distance gets greater.
Actually, sir, what's happened is that most of the industry now, they have their own academies and training institutes.
That's not enough.
So that's the problem. That just
It's like having your own canteen.
Yeah, whatever you said is a very, very vital question actually. And now there are two ways, but I think there should be three ways. One, that the academia invites the industry people, those who are good in speaking and delivering or coaching. They go as a regular faculty. They call it industry faculty. Both UPS, Dehradun, as well as PDPU were getting this kind of industry experts in their regular curriculum. They are delivering the lectures. Second, they have got that seasonal program for internship in the industry. These are two ways. But now three, what you suggest is that there could be a formal industry-academia interaction. There could be a sort of council which is having some meeting in a year, and they invite the industry people, those who are interested to. Yeah, that's the third way.
I have a small point here. Probably we are missing a major point, which is creating this trust deficit. The academia, they come to the industry, and the industry also interact. But when the academics, they ask for some data for their research, we keep ourselves shut. We tell that this data is confidential, we cannot share anything to you. So that is the major issue which a regulatory framework in India needs to address. So we deliberated this in Norway's context. After 5 years of data collection, the data goes to the public domain for research and development activities. In India, as such, we don't have a policy framework. So that is creating more trust deficit rather than, personal interaction. We have all, I am teaching a course in IIT Bombay, IIT Bhubaneswar, ISM Dhanbad for 7 years, with our industry experience and all. But, sometimes when they ask for some data, we got the header, we got the tailor, it doesn't make any sense. That's why the publications and the research gets restricted. That's my point.
I think very valid point, sir. Thank you very much.
Just elaborating what Sharma from IIT Delhi.
Mahindra,
Formally,
quickly, sorry.
Just elaborating what Dr. Bastia has said. One more point is there, which is related to probably finances. Academia is short of finances, so industry has to be more proactive in supporting the institutes and universities. That is my point of view.
Thank you.
Well, I am Professor
Sir.
D.K. Sharma, formerly from IIT
Sir, there is a
Delhi.
question there. The gentleman. उनको दे दीजिए, पीछे दे दीजिए वो.
Okay.
Sir, please, your.
We had an MTech program in energy and environment management. That was part-time program in the evening. I have taught several students from EIL, ONGC, Indian Oil, and we have done project in collaboration with them. I have also guided PhD students with IOCL R&D. We have filed patents, US patents also. And so we have interacted quite a lot at IIT Delhi. We interact with the oil industry, ONGC and IOCL. Another thing which I want to say is that the oil companies should set up departments of knowledge management, you see, that can help them. That is my suggestion.
Okay. Myself, Sukanta Das. I am from Pandit Dindayal Energy University. Formerly, it is Pandit Dindayal Petroleum University. Yeah, as a teacher, actually, I spent around 20 years in my academic career. And as a teacher, we are getting, some kind of request by the students. Sir, please arrange some industry internship, industry visit, or industry comprehensive project, or industry MTech project, like that. So from my experience, whatever industry relation I made, it is by some personal relation only. For example, say Dr. Parmar did PhD under me from Reliance Industries. So in that way I connected, I could able to send my students for industry visit to Reliance and also MTech project to the Reliance R&D. So like that, this is one example. So we developed the facilities only with a personal, some kind of networking or trust or believing. But there is no support as all. Okay. So that is what I would like to point out.
Thank
so
you.
now also students are coming requesting, and I told, say, last 2 years.
No, I think there has to be a
Yeah.
more dynamic interaction. I'm glad that the point was raised. And it has to be a symbiotic relationship between the two. Because learning, as I had said in the very beginning, does not stop the day you wrote out. If it stops, you stop growing. You have to have these interactive programs. Thank you very much, sir. There is one last question, sir, now we'll have. Maybe at lunch you can catch one of these
Yeah, very, very good afternoon to all the panelists. This specific question to Veena ma'am, because I'm Sairam, I'm working in ONGC as Executive Director, Chief of Technical Services. The present, this particular interaction is extremely useful. This specific question to Veena ma'am is because you worked in HR in ONGC, you've seen it very, very closely, and you were the Director HR in EIL. The present recruitment policies in ONGC and the gap especially, because most of the ONGC jobs which are actually required are the blue-collar jobs, which the people call it, and which is a fact, as a matter of fact. But we are recruiting the people from the gate toppers. Most of the toppers from the gate are being recruited. And they're not sticking to these jobs, and because they would love the white-collared ones. So that is one of the reasons what we are seeing specifically in drilling services and also in the other offshore installations. People are not trying to take ways to come back into the office field, office jobs. That is one area of serious concern. You have anything to say on that? Whether you'll be able to give some suggestion for that. Thank you so much.
I have the former director Ronshos sitting over here in front of me.
That's right.
But something I would like to share with you is that you're talking about blue collar and white collar. So while in ONGC I remember the blue collars are all the supervisory level. And there we are not taking from gates. They do not have to pass the gate examination.
Probably I have not put the question
They are the
correctly.
supervisory
thing is,
one, which are technicians and junior engineers, which are diploma holders, and so they are not the white collar. The point that you're making is that those who are coming in as at the AEE level, at the E1 level,
right.
The point you're making is they don't want to be offshore and they want to sit in office, and how do you handle that part of
Absolutely.
it? So, I always believe that when you are picking people and selecting people, it's not always that you should take all the gold medalists. That is a time when, of course, a lot of effort goes in by ONGC. I know you have all stalwarts sitting in the interview board and they would be doing their best. It's best to take a mixed bag of people. And then if people want to leave, overall attrition of ONGC is not bad. That's a healthy attrition.
That's true, ma'am. But the point, what
He's
I just
talking
wanted
of
to say
he's
is-
talking of attrition from operational areas to office.
Absolutely.
That is also
So
attrition.
there
basically.
maybe we need to do a few more schemes and things like that to make it encouraging for them to stay on offshore. I mean,
Because what
a lot is
happened
done, I
is-
know that.
Yeah, earlier
see,
days, if you see, look back into the 88 and prior
Sir,
to that,
what
there
I
were some
feel-
bull batches which were recruited. They were having the physically, they're all fit, 6-footers, and with wrist size of this much and the chest expansion. So they have actually stuck to that. And,
So you're talking
and that's-
actually about the drillers, is it?
Not only the drillers, I'm talking about those days, it was not the
But then you have to rotate them. You have to rotate them and bring them back.
What is right
Can
now
I-
happening is people are not able to work because we are picking
need
up
to-
top
I
talent.
think, sorry, we have to their anxious queries for lunch, but I don't take lunch normally, so I am very happy I can keep sitting here. But there are some young people, there's one question there, but I would just like to point out one thing that I find very different from, say, the US or some of these other countries, where anybody from what we call class 3 or class 2 level can jump to 1. But in many countries, the progression profile is so stratified, it's almost like sedimentary rocks. And you just have to climb that step to
So
go
even
up
we are
there.
like that. It's all stratified. Yes, it takes many years and everyone can't get their filters.
No, there are filters, but there are bright people who may not have, initially joined where they ought to have joined. And they need to be catapulted at a higher position. It happens in India only in politics.
What Mr. Sainath is telling, let me just add to that. He is telling that until and unless you have some better attraction in operational activities as compared to the office activities, that problem cannot be solved. Because they are knowing that the amount of compensation they are getting in the office is almost the same as you are getting in the operational area.
That's quite true.
Until and unless you attack that problem, I think it is very difficult to
But if we
justify.
have a transparent job rotation, then everyone knows that turn will come. So
No,
I'll
but-
talk to you separately on
Okay.
this.
Sir, the very, very last, I'm sure, sir.
Okay, sir.
Since you are sitting near the exit door, you promised.
Well, I am Ravi Mishra. I am former executive director in ONGC, and I have been associated for many years in the R&D capabilities. And also I have been associated with the collaborations with the universities and institutes in different sectors. As a secretary of COIN, what is called the Committee of Institutes. So under that program, first of all, I want to put the things in the perspective that collaboration in the industry and academia has been talked over several forums and several years. I have been talking for last 20 years. But no formal template has arrived such. Collaboration at what stage? It is only just exchange of thought process. We at ONGC know that all the best talent pool, what we are going to get is from the universities. So our interest lies in developing them, and that is our larger interest. So we always focused and sent our professionals to the universities or institutes to train them well, so that we get a better trained manpower. Now, coming to this topic, that the collaboration, what ONGC did, ONGC earmarked 100 crore rupees fund for collaborating with 7 IITs with 7 institutes of ONGC. And we wanted, the mandate was to come out with a breakthrough or path-breaking technology which can compete with the service industries and can save money, which were invested thousands of crores in softwares and hardwares. But After spending 3 years of collaborative research, which I was coordinator for a long time, we did not find any path-breaking collaborative research or any kind of technologies upfront. So we are still dependent on the service companies, which they can charge any amount for any software developed. Now we have also signed agreement to share the data, to provide them the breeding ground, to provide them the testing ground in our fields, to share them with all the data. They were free to publish papers, and we were just expecting that some result which will be of value, material value to the companies or any oil company will emerge out of that collaboration. Unfortunately, that did not. So now, the basic moot point question is how to evolve that. Should be the model and template, whether some government intervention is to be required, that there has to be two-way process. Unless both platforms come to the equal level, that they deliver result in the time-bound manner to the industry is not going to spend much on the academia. Just by simply sending some professors or interacting exchange programs will not be suffice for the industry. Industry is in a business. We want business, and we want it a timely business because we are accountable to the public for the profit making. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you all my colleagues for this very wonderful session and for the participants for having made it more lively and meaningful, and that is the whole idea. I would again go and thank each one of you for having suffered a person like me who is in your midst, a fossil, but this is a fossil fuel conference and you will have to bear with me. I would request before the ceremonies, any other ceremonies over, that when we're talking of academia and industry, we lost a very dear colleague, the UPSC Dr. S.J. Chopra. May we all stand and give him a fitting tribute, please, in his memory. Thank you. May his soul rest in peace. Om Shanti.
I now request Session Chair, Mr. Anil Razdan, to present a token of appreciation to Dr. B.S. Negi, former member, Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board, Chairman, Resonance Energy Private Limited. A round of applause for Dr. B.S. Negi. Padma Shri Dr. Rabi Narayan Bastia, President, Exploration and Production, Olimax Energy Private Limited. Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Reena Swaroop, former Director, HR, Engineers India Limited. Thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. Mahindra Pratap, former Executive Director, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited. I now request all the dignitaries to please step forward for a group photograph. Dr. Garg has also joined us for a group photograph. Thank you very much. We request Thank you very much. We request the gathering to please join us for lunch organized outside this hall towards my left. And we will start the next plenary session at 2 p.m. in this hall only. So we request all of you to please reassemble here in time. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Yeah. I'm from ONGC. I'm not from this team. Yeah.
Sir, this is the CMD.
I'm not with the organizers. I'm also with a company. Sir. No, he's not there. Sir, this is 14 to 10. ये वो शायद चालू करके रखेंगे सर. इसमें अजय दीक्षित आपका ये सर. And okay, this is that.
What? Where is that video? वो जो प्लूम वाला नहीं है इसमें. कहाँ है?
वो लिंक कर रखा है सर.
अच्छा लिंक कर रखा है. लेकिन इसमें तो है नहीं वो.
ये है ना सर.
नहीं ये तो नीचे का ब्लॉट. ऊपर का सीन किधर है?
तो नहीं है. सो ये देखिए ये जाएगा. और आप वो व्यू में देख सकते हैं सर. उसमें आपको वो भी दिखेंगे नोट्स. एंड ओके यहाँ ये इस पर क्लिक करना सर. दैट वीडियो विल गो ऑन सर. ओके बड़ा करना पड़ेगा सर.
ठीक है.
इस पर क्लिक कर दीजिएगा तो फुल.
ठीक है. ओके है ना. कौन से क्या क्लिक करूँ?
उसी पे.
हाँ ठीक है कर दूँगा.
इस पर डबल क्लिक कर दीजिएगा तो पूरा फुल इसमें जाएगा.
ओके ठीक.
क्लोज इट. ये बनने के बाद बंद. आप ऑर्गेनाइजर से पूछिए. इनहाउस फिर ये
इनहाउस अपने पास में ये सब है नहीं वैसे. चलो कोई बात नहीं है.
निकालूँ या आप स्किप कर दीजिएगा सर अगर स्लाइड.
कैपेबिलिटी इनहाउस निकाल दो. कैपेबिलिटीज टू डील विद इमरजेंसीज कर दो. एडिट कर दो. कैपेबिलिटीज रिक्वायर्ड. सी बड़ा कर दो. कैपेबिलिटीज रिक्वायर्ड डील विद सच इमरजेंसीज. बड़ा आ रहा है. बड़ा कैप्स में आ रहा है. रिक्वायर्ड विद सच इमरजेंसीज.
डील विद
सच इमरजेंसीज. ये एक ब्लोट है ना इसलिए. ब्लोट के लिए ये स्पेसिफिकली सेव कर दो. बाकी तुमने और कहाँ है हमारे दूसरे वीडियो किधर चल रहे हैं?
उसके बाद
ये तो एनिमेशन हो गया. हाँ ये तो कर दूंगा. लेकिन ये तुमने 2 वीडियो और डाल के रखे हैं. उसका क्या?
वीडियो कौन सा सर? बस इतना ही था.
वो जो बगल में डले हुए हैं इसमें तो ये फोल्डर में जो डले हुए हैं.
हाँ वही है. वो लिंक कर दिया सर. वो फोल्डर में है. दैट्स व्हाई वहीं से चलेंगे.
वे फॉरवर्ड अपना बता के ख़त्म कर देने का. इसके
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the session in few minutes from now. We request all of you to please be seated. Kindly take your seats. In case your colleagues are outside, you may call them inside, as we are starting with the second plenary session. The exhibition and poster papers are displayed on the first floor, so you may visit them during the tea break. Ladies and gentlemen, we request all of you to please settle down as we are about to start with the second plenary session for the day. Please be seated. Kindly call your colleagues inside the hall. We request your cooperation. So how do I pronounce the name? English.
You can call me brother.
Gora Pedersen. Gora Pedersen.
It's close enough. It's not too far from knowledge.
Otherwise, what is the pronunciation like in your language?
We have more rolling out, and it's my first name is actually with a slash on it called so the total is brother.
It's a burra. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting in no time. We request all of you to please settle down. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a rejuvenating lunch break, let's kickstart the second plenary session on effective spill response for blue economy and clean ocean governance. Please join me in welcoming Session Chair, Dr. Anand Gupta, Additional Director, General Development, Directorate General of Hydrocarbons, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. Can we all please welcome him on stage? Dr. Anand Gupta is a passionate industry professional with deep expertise across the entire spectrum of E&P business, including strategy, field development, operations, project implementation, production enhancement, data analytics, contract management, policy, and regulation. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I request you to chair the session and give me a moment as I introduce the key speakers. Mr. Bore Pedersen is already has already joined us. He's Sales Director, Earth Observation, KSAT, Kongsberg Satellite Services, Norway. Mr. Pedersen currently holds the position of Sales Director for Earth Observation in the APAC region at Kongsberg Satellite Services. After his BSc in Electrical Automation, he also has 24 years of experience in the space industry. Can we all please welcome him? Joining them on stage is now Captain Binesh Kumar Tyagi, CMD, the Shipping Corporation of India Limited. Please welcome Captain Binesh Kumar Tyagi. He is currently the Chairman and Managing Director of Shipping Corporation of India. Mr. Tyagi was erstwhile heading the Liner and Passenger Service Division as its Director. He also holds additional charge as Directors of 2 divisions of SCI. Further, he is on board of ICSL, SCILAL, ILTS, and North PNI Club. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And the last speaker for this session is Mr. Ajay Dikshit, Executive Director and Chief HSE Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited. Mr. Dikshit is an astute drilling engineer, a well-controlled expert, a crisis manager, and HSE expert. Mr. Dikshit is holding the assignment of Chief of HSC ONGC. He is a graduate in Mechanical Engineering from REC Jaipur. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Can we once again welcome all the distinguished panelists present on the stage. And now over to the Honorable Session Chair, Dr. Anand Gupta.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this session on effective spill response for blue economy and clean ocean governance. We have 3 speakers which have already been introduced to the audience. So we'll have three speeches, 3 talks on this very important topic. As all of you may be aware that oil response spill management is one of the very important area. And currently, actually, you are aware that the offshore operations especially are dominated by ONGC, the company which is started and holds most of the work which is all going in terms of production. But of late, new operators have come into the production, and recently, some of you may be aware that one operator has started first MOPU, Mobile Offshore Production Unit, and this field is currently on production. In the next few years, we will also see some more operators who are putting in East Coast already. There are operations going on. So there are about 10 operators currently who are having operations or who have been granted these fields actually. So these operations will be coming. So obviously with these operations and the production, the issue related to the various safety issues and the oil spill management will also be an important aspect. So what we understand and then what we have seen that some of these operators are, small in size, and it will be important that the capacity and the support which is required needs to be, integrated. So this is where the knowledge management, information sharing is very important aspect, and this is where the collaboration and integration will play a very, very important role. We look forward for the talks and the addresses which are going to be there in the next few minutes. And we have, as was mentioned, a very senior officer from ONGC, CMD SCI, and then we have a gentleman from the KSAT, Kongsberg Satellite Services, Norway. So look forward for this interaction, and may I invite the first speaker of the session, Captain Vinesh Kumar Tyagi, CMD, the Shipping Corporation of India Limited, to give his address. May I request everybody to welcome him?
Yeah, with the permission of the chair, I would like to request the future leaders to come forward. Please, I request all the future leaders to come forward. These seats are vacant for you. Please.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
I'll make you the present leaders, not the future leaders.
May please. Yeah. Captain Tyagi, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The future's leaders are moving slow. I'll request them to move a little fast. Come on, I think lunch was too heavy. Come on, get up and move. Once again, very good afternoon to all of you. Respected Dr. Anand, Mr. Ajay Dikshit, and our guest today in India, Mr. Peterson. All the dignitaries who are present today in this hall, and as my colleague said here, all future leaders. These future leaders, for me, they are cadets today, and they'll be captains of the industry within coming years, maybe 10, 12 years now onwards. So future captains and future leaders are supposed to be swift in their actions. Let me give a little brief about myself. Currently, I'm serving this PSU Navratna Company Shipping Corporation of India. I joined this company as a cadet in 1990. 14 years out at sea services, from cadet to the master of the ship. 2004, I changed over to the shore management. And today, I am as a CMD of this company. Why I'm giving this brief introduction about myself? Because the topic is related to oil spills. And the shipping plays a major role in transporting oils, whatever the import is coming to India in form of the crude oil, then that is being refined in Indian refineries, then it moves from the refinery to consuming areas. So the ships and the shipping at large, it plays a very, very critical, very vital role in this entire our economy. Nearly 80% of the cargo is moved by shipping, and especially oil, nearly 100% is moved by the ships. Nothing moves by the aircraft. So the role of shipping in this entire economy of the country is very critical. We have the shore-based agencies and oil field also. they play their roles. I'll take you through how this shipping industry has evolved over the years. I'll give you my own experience so that you'll be able to relate this. See, earlier, say 3 decades back, we used to carry the crude oil from Persian Gulf to India. Ships used to be the single hull. When I say the single hull, between the ocean, between the seawater and the cargo oil tank, there is a thick plate, say 16 to 18 mm thick plate. That is the only barrier. Because of any reason, if this give way, this get because of the accident or the age problem, then this entire oil, crude oil, goes to the sea. Subsequently, there were many serious marine accidents, which I'll share some photographs towards the end of my speech. Then industry learned out of this experience. The oil tankers, then design was converted to double hull. When we say double hull tankers and double hull other cargo tanks vessel also, today cargo tanks where the oil is stored for the transportation is covered on the sides and at the bottom with the water ballast tanks. So in case of any failure of the structure or in case of any accident, maybe grounding or the collision of the ships, then there is a very good probability this oil will not escape into the sea. And this, whatever the learning happens in this industry, this is all controlled, governed by IMO. Shipping is really in international means also, and it is international, basically, competitiveness also. We as a shipping industry, we cannot work in isolation as India or any country, because ships fly from one port, one country to the other country. So this entire rule makings, this takes place at the IMO level. From IMO level, then this all flows to the various countries. In India, Director General of Shipping is the nodal agency who controls this. Whatever the conventions are formed, adopted at the IMO level, they all are finally adopted by Indian system, and they are basically put into, there is a act, Merchant Shipping Act. In fact, this act is under basically going on through thorough overhaul. Currently, this is some more new conventions are being adopted, and this proposal is also with the current session of the Parliament. Now, as far as the shipping is concerned, when we discuss about this oil spills, there are two possibilities. One is the operational pollution, other is the accidental. On the operational fronts, I'll give you some what this industry is doing to prevent the oil pollution. At the design stage of the ships, there are various measures put into place. Right, as I said, one of the things is the double hull for the cargo space and double protection for the bunker space also. Then there are various mechanisms, there are various machineries inside the ships, so that by operational means, nothing goes without monitored, and it should not exceed the permitted limits. We have a huge engine room on the ship where 99% machineries are located. Machineries run. Naturally, there will be some oil, water mixture will get generated because of some minor leakage here and there. But this is permitted only, we can discharge this overboard through OWS. Oil water monitoring system is there, and there are limits defined by IMO and the Director General of Shipping. So this is the one of the main tool to avoid any operational pollution during the day-to-day operation. Similarly, for the cargo space, sometimes we have to do the tank cleaning, and when we change over the grade, say from one particular grade of the refined product to other product, tank cleaning is required. The tank cleaning is normally done by this with the seawater. Again, this most of the time this is given to the shore reception facilities, so there is no chance of any pollution. But this discharge of whatever the after settling time, oil floats on top, down below whatever the water remains in the tanks, that is also permitted to discharge, and there is a separate dedicated monitoring system that is called ODMCS on board. This all the equipments, all the design, periodic surveys, this is done by IMO certified surveyor, and in India, this job is given to various MMDs, and these MMDs are under Director General of Shipping. So this is as far as the operational of the ships. So entire shipping industry, including Indian ships, they are all well designed, they are well built, and they are very well surveyed, and most of the important is they are well manned also. All the seafarers on board, they are specifically trained to handle this kind of equipments to carry these oil products. There is a specific training for each and every, say for gas carrier, we have got a separate training. For oil tankers, we have got a dedicated separate certification. So the vessels are very well equipped and they are safely manned also. Now, when we come to the question of accidental pollution, see, we are running such a huge maritime industry. In India, we have got nearly 1,500 ships. Nearly 21 million deadweight is the size of our fleet. Further, nearly 85% of crude oil which comes into India, that is being transported on foreign flag vessels. As in India, we do not have sufficient tonnage. So you can imagine with this at a given time in Indian ports and in Indian waters, how many vessels are there which may be potential source for oil pollution. Now, when the industry is running, traffic is there out at sea also, sometimes accidents take place. Now this comes the preparedness to deal with the oil pollution. On board, we have got a specific plan to deal with this. This is called basically SOPUP, Ship Operational Preparedness Emergency Plan. This is in case any pollution take place because of operational region or the accident regions. Then this plan comes in picture, and there are specified duties are there that what all actions to be initiated from the ship side. One of the action in case of Indian context, our Indian Coast Guard is a nodal agency to deal with oil pollutions. So one of the key action, the first action from the ship staff is to inform the nearest Coast Guard station. They get into action. Local port authority vessel is in port, they also come into action. And at this stage, what is our emergency preparedness to deal with the oil pollution? That is tested, and this is a most important aspect for any port, any state, or any country. Accidents will not happen every day, but whenever it happens, they will be of serious nature. I'll show some of the photographs, what has happened in this maritime industry, and they are little scary also, but I'll share with them. Now, as far as this preparedness for emergency, I discussed with you. Now, this double hull concept also I discussed with you. There are various conventions under which this entire industry is working. There is a IMO convention called MARPOL, Marine Pollution, and this MARPOL covers entire international shipping. There are 6 annexes into this. The first annex deals with the oil pollution, second is with the harmful, third is then with the noxious substances, garbage, sewage, and it includes this air pollution also. So as far as the shipping is concerned, we are not only concerned with the oil pollution part, we are concerned for all form of pollutions. Currently, IMO is vigorously working on this various NOx and SOx emission controls. From January 23, we have got a new regulations coming. All existing ships which are today in operation, they all are classified under various categories A, B, C, D, E. And basically, overall objective is to how to improve their efficiency. That how much energy in form of bunker is consumed to transport a cargo per ton per nautical mile. So this is going on. And all the ship owners are basically completely confused at this stage that what all measures they can take and what will be the future form of bunkers. Today morning also we were discussing this, that will be the future. Oil is just, everybody is talking 2030, maybe some few more years. Then hydrogen, then we have got LNG which is already in use, and there are some biofuels also coming in picture. So as a shipping industry, including IMO, including Indian government, DG Shipping, everybody is trying to find the solution on this. So I'd like to show some more photographs on this, that in case of accidents, what can be the basically. You can see this oil tanker. This is the single hull tanker. This is 1979 July incident. Two tankers gets collided. And now you can see this entire tanker is full of crude and the fire. So what will happen to the ecology and the sea around it? Just to give you a little idea how big are the ships. There are the very large crude carrier. And they can carry crude up to 230,000 metric ton. Their length of the ships is nearly 240 meters. Depth is nearly 60 meters. Width is also around 65 to 70 meters. So they are very, very big ships. If something goes wrong, they are big, big bombs, basically. So countries, company, port, their emergency preparedness for oil pollution or any kind of pollution comes for testing. And this, whenever the pollution of this kind takes place, pollution will not confine to only one country boundary. So there is an urgent need, and this is the basically objective from IMO also, the regional cooperations among the neighboring countries in case anything goes wrong, then this all should cooperate to contain the overall objective. This is one more example. This is a tanker, and you can see it's already half of it is sunk, and you can see the fire. 79 million gallons of light crude oil. This has happened in 1983 August. This is one of the, again, this happened in USA. After this only, this double hull tanker concept was adopted by IMO. In 1991, 230,000 tons of cargo. Everything goes to the sea, basically. In 1991, explosion took place, and entire crude, some of it get burned, some of it goes to the sea. This is the British BP oil rigs in US waters. This is very recent, 2010. And you can see the casualties down below, how it has impacted the entire maritime industry. And some of the companies, basically, they get wiped out. This happened in Mumbai, MSC Chitra. I'm sure some of you must be remembering this. Our system struggled for months together. But after that, a lot of improvement has happened in our system. And India as a country, and especially under guidance of the Coast Guard, our system is much, much better prepared today. This is an accident which has taken place off Kamarajar Port. This has happened in 2017. Luckily, there was not much of oil pollution in this case. This is a very recent, 2020, one of the bulk carrier of Mauritius coast. This got agrounded on one of the reef. And this is bulk carrier. It does not carry the crude as a cargo. Only the bunker, which is as a fuel, that got spilled. And you can see the around area, especially waters in Mauritius. You know how clean and how eco-sensitive it is. So these were the few photographs which I thought it is important I share with you. Emergency preparedness, coming to that, Indian Coast Guard is our nodal agency. There are 3-tier system working on this. And in case of any oil pollution takes place, one is the dealing, that how this cleaning will be done, how it will be contained, how we can minimize the impact on human life, on the overall ecology. But finally, somebody has to pay this. There is a IMO convention, IMO Fund Convention 1969, and there are huge reserves kept for such kind of eventualities. So finally, money through insurance and through P&I clubs, it is paid from these funds. So with this all, I just would like to say once again, this as a shipping company, we all are basically design-wise, operation-wise, and manning-wise, we all have prepared well. But finally, whenever any accident takes place, the entire, in case of any major oil pollution, then responsibility to contain and minimize the damage, this responsibility shifts to, in case of India, Indian Coast Guard. So, and there is already convention which is under ratification. In case pollution takes place outside Indian waters, India has not signed this convention yet. That is also under parliamentary discussion today. So hope that also come in picture, so that in case some water pollution takes place just outside our maritime boundaries, then that also can be, Indian government or Indian Coast Guard can act on this, and this also can be controlled. So with this, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Captain Tyagi, for this informative and useful talk, which you have given with some very important information and preparedness with respect to the Indian waters, actually. And information has been very useful, and it definitely sensitizes all of us on the importance of this issue. Thank you once again. May I now request Mr. Ajay Dikshit, Executive Director and Chief Corporate HSE, ONGC, to give his talk. Mr. Dikshit, as was mentioned, is a professional drilling engineer and has worked in crisis management team for quite a long time and is quite well aware of this subject. So, Mr. Ajay Dikshit, to you, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, Generation Next, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ajay Dikshit. I'll be talking about the spill response, effective oil spill response for a blue economy and clean ocean governance. So what is blue economy? It consists of, as per the World Bank definition, blue economy refers to sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood, ocean blue ecosystem health. Blue economy mainly includes activities related to renewable energy, fisheries, marine transport, tourism, and waste management. That's all in your front of your eyes. Economic effects of oil spill on blue economy. As we all know, ONGC, I belong to ONGC, being in E&P business, if you encounter any oil spill, as BP had in Macondo, you will have, as Mr. Tyagi, Captain Tyagi said, that many companies got wiped out. So the most affected industries due to marine oil spill are tourism and fisheries. These are the most affected ones. Other industries which may be affected are industries depending on seawater for operation, shipyards, ports, harbors, offshore and wind industry. Well, the ecological effects of oil spill, we all know that spill oil impacts the surface animals as well as the marine life beneath the surface. Due to the lack of oxygen, this marine life gets affected very much, and this marine life is responsible for the oxygen we breathe. And if we allow to die this marine life through these oil spill and other pollution, you and me will not be breathing the oxygen which we require at a certain percentage. Is that a revelation? My friend Rajiv Kumar from Environmental, he will explain it later on. Well, these internal and external exposure to the marine life adversely affect the beach ecology, ecological damage due to cleaning of beaches, generation of hazardous waste, public outcry, compensation, media management, and whatnot. Well, if we talk about the biggest oil spill in the oil industry, that has already been discussed by Captain Tyagi, that is 20th April 2010, Gulf of Mexico explosion and sinking of Deepwater Horizon. And it affected almost 1,000 plus miles of coastline, 4.9 million barrels of oil, more than 4 months, and it costed BP around $65 billion. Where do we stand now? These are the data, that oil spill data. So as you see, the graph is going down. So as a whole, we have improved very much from 90s or 70s to 2000 or 2020s, that due to the better tools available for oil spill response management, we are able to reduce oil spill to a great extent. But the danger lurks on with the activities. I'll deliberate it further. Look at the threat around Indian coastline. What do you see here? Well, these are the tanker routes. I'm not talking about, as of now, the E&P activities which offshore operators take on western or eastern offshore. These are the tanker routes. As of now, India's crude oil imports are about 190 million ton, and it is expected to rise by 364 million ton from 196 by 24-25. Apart from that, our own imports, the tankers routing from Gulf going to East Asia will be traveling through Indian waters, and that poses a great threat to our Indian waters in oil spill. Well, this has been already discussed by Mr. Tyagi, that the International Framework of Oil Pollution is, that is OPRC. It was ratified by India in 1997. National Framework of Oil Pollution. The plan demands that agencies to maintain resources for Tier 1 level of oil spill, comprising of an oil spill contingency plan, Tier 1 oil spill response equipment, and trained manpower. Many of the operators is having it, ONGC is having since ages. And this is the tiered response in case of an oil spill. First of all, if I talk about ONGC, Tier 1 is own capability, that we have our own facilities on our MSVs, which takes care of something like 10,500 ton of oil spill, metric ton of oil spill, we take care of on our own. National capability, already discussed that, it is the support from ICG, Indian Coast Guards, and mutual aid partners. International capability, we have a tie-up. ONGC is the only company in India which is having a tie-up with OSRL UK, which has a great potential and resources to handle the tier 3 oil spill, and they are available at UK and Singapore near to us. Now the responses required, responses strategies for oil spill. First of all, you need to monitor and evaluate how to contain and recover. Recovery is very difficult to achieve because response time is very crucial for an oil spill. First 24 hours, 48 hours. If you delay that, then you will not be able to diffuse this oil spill. So, you know, the challenge is mammoth. Then, logistical support, recovery of oil storage, dispersant spraying. So, all these facilities require a thorough planning and a foolproof contingency plan to manage oil spill. To discuss further, this is ONGC's oil spill response resources, which is divided into part 1, that is strategy, that is what are you going to do if it happens, what resources you have, action and operation, how you are going to do it, that is initial procedure, operation planning, control of operation, termination of operation, then what have you got to help, what resources you have, how you have planned for it. We need to continue with drills and drills an year, that you need to continue and maintain the mock drills frequency so that whenever the crisis strikes, you are able to handle it in a better way. So, this is one of the modeling ONGC has done, that in case of a major oil spill in Western offshore during monsoon time in July, where will the oil go? And the scenario was an oil spill of about 1,500 cubic meter. And the results showed that it will take about 3.5 days to reach a coast near Daman, you see. This is our oil spill resources. We have booms to collect the oil, to stop the oil for further spillage, inflatable tanks, inbuilt storage, skimmers, dispersant, oil spill dispersant, and the vessels. Vessels I'll be discussing later on. These are the vessels on board. ONGC is having the biggest oil spill facilities available with them because we are the national E&P company, and Western Offshore produces about 50 to 60% of oil of India. So MSV Samudra Sevak is there, Samudra Prabha, Halant, and there are about 10 vessels dedicated for these services. Apart from peacetime, they also do the other jobs. Now, this oil spill response resources, you see a very critical map of Bombay around Jawahar Dweep Island, where there is our oil spill facilities are based. You see, there is Uran plant, there is ONGC Nawa, there is BPCL, there is IOC, there is HPCL. Anything happens here will be disastrous for the country, and we need to be prepared for that. So Tier 1 oil spill response preparedness, regular mock drill, internal and external, internal with your own, external with Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard, participation in national and regional level exercises, NATPORAs by Indian ICG, and training to ONGC personnel, annual returns to the Coast Guards. This is ICG's response center, Mumbai, Chennai, Port Blair, Kochi, Vadinar, and they have the well-stocked inventory to handle Tier 2 oil spill, which certain operators are not able to contain. Then ICG comes into the picture, along with Indian Navy and the respective companies. And the Tier 3, if there is a Mokendo-like scenario in India, that is uncontrolled flow of hydrocarbon in the sea, then we have a MOU and tie-up with Oil Spill Response Limited UK, which is world's largest oil spill response organization, which is having equipment in UK, Singapore, Bahrain, Fort Lauderdale, USA. And they have, the benefits of this membership are guaranteed and immediate response 24/7, but they are, as I said, they are based at Singapore nearest. So response time will be more than 48 hours. They have this logistic support with their own aircraft. They will be able to do it maybe in 24 hours to 36 hours. They have a specialized oil recovery equipment, well-trained manpower. The point is that why don't India have these tier 2 and tier 3 facilities? Because we are susceptible to it. The route, the major oil tanker route passes through the Indian water, and we have major operation in the east coast and west coast, along with the refineries in the coastal area. Why don't we have it? Okay, we'll discuss it later, the way forward. Now, ONGC is having in-house capabilities to deal with emergencies, to control blowout and uncontrolled flow of oil and gas, that is our crisis management team, along with the team ONGC. They keep all their oil well control and blowout control equipment in perfect health to resolve crisis with minimum damages to the people. I belong to that team basically. Now, these are the capabilities. In case we have a subsea blowout, subsea that is beneath the mean sea level, anything between 250, 300 meters to 3,000 meters, how do you control that if something is blowing from the seabed? So there are facilities all over the world which cater from A to Z solution, from oil spill to having the capping stack along with the barges, so that they can single-handedly control these kind of crises. We also need to develop these facilities, and we can outsource these facilities to other companies or another part of the world. Well, I'll come to, before I conclude, I'll come to the one case study. That is, well, in G19 in KG offshore. In 2010, there was uncontrolled flow of huge gas, more than 1 lakh cubic meter per day. The reasons are not to be discussed. And in August 2012, it was reported there were seahorses, like a whitish thing, and it was observed there is a big plume of gas coming to the surface. Just a sec. Yeah. No. Where is that video? इसी पे है ये Look at this. This plume of gas is about 1 kilometer radius. And this is the subsea flow below 250 meters. This diameter is 18¾ And you can imagine how much is the gas flow up above the sea level. And no barge can enter because the density is reduced. So ONGC conducted this SIMOPS about 8 vessels along with ROV vessels. Then we use a special technique which I'll explain you with animations. We had about 8 vessels on our hand, and it took almost this. You see, this is the subsea BOP being capped on the blowing well, And this was done by own crisis management team by using modified capping stack, using a surface BOP stack. This is ROV arm, and that is the subsea BOP which stopped the flow of the oil and gas. Again, see the plume. In the background, there is a Sagar Vijay, and just see the, if this is oil, what will happen to Indian economy? Can we stop it? Okay, then we at the crisis management team thought of, okay, we need to do it because you cannot enter with a barge and lower the capping stack because of the threat of plume, gas plume. You may sink in with the reduced buoyancy. You may get into the fire because the gas may catch a fire. So we thought, why don't we do it in an innovative way, making a capping stack, that is the blowout preventer on top of that 18 3/4 mandrel, and lower it with the help of two boats, OSVs or MSVs. So I'll just show through animation how it was done with our own capabilities. So this is the capping stack which was lowered into the water. Then through the winch of one of the vessel, OSV Vimla, we connected with this subsea cap, subsea BOP stack. Then the vessel which lowered the BOP is Samudra Sevak, ONGC's own vessel. Then another boat, MSV Vidya, came and then got connected with the BOP through the help of crane, of course. Then that's how we did it. We centered the BOP stack. And then two vessels about 2 kilometers apart lowered this capping stack in this plume and controlled this well successfully. This was the most innovative idea nowhere as anybody has done in the world. So these are the challenges at E&P industry we face. And in case such kind of a blowout happens in an oil field, this was a gas field, pure gas field. So imagine that we may have a worse than Macondo. This was our Macondo, but fortunately it was gas. Your battery is running low. Mine is okay, yeah. So look at the world scenario that oil spill response facility world over. Everywhere there is a facility to cater for oil spill, to handle tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. All the countries are self-sufficient, but there is none around India. Because we have still not met with an oil spill, major oil spill. So what we are waiting for? So better to prepare beforehand before anything adverse happen to us. Way forward. That is to reduce dependency on International Oil Spill Response Organization. And as I said, issues with the international OSRS, delay in response due to location of response base, which is outside India. In our case, it's Singapore. Cumbersome custom clearances processes, logistics support from port, airport to the affected areas, security clearances of foreign responders. Collective efforts are required to develop tier 2, tier 3 oil spill response organization at strategic location within India for quick and effective oil spill response. And finally, the emphasis on the area capability instead of organizational capability in case of tier 1 oil spill response. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dikshit, for that very useful and very informative talk on oil spill with the capability and the case study which you have shown. And as you rightly said, there is a need to create this kind of facility here in India. I think we are all quite aware that when CMT was created, this was with that thought actually, and we are having some of the persons who started it actually, and we very well know now that how this capacity which was created has been very useful in our blowouts. Recently in Baghjan case also, this team did a tremendous job. So thank you very much for your informative and very useful talk on this very important subject. And as I said in the beginning that you rightly said there is need to collaborate with the new operators who are coming up and then think right now in this direction also. Thank you. May I request and invite Mr. Bore Pedersen, the Sales Director, Earth Observation from Kongsberg Satellite Services, Norway, to give his talk, please. Mr. Pedersen, may I request?
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for the introduction. And first to Mr. Garg, Dr. Garg, thank you for inviting me all the way from Norway to India to speak at this conference. When I saw the animation and the video from the blowout that Dixit made, it reminded me that recently in Europe there was a terrorist attack on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline coming in from Russia to Europe. So that means that call it accidents can occur even if you have a double pipeline. If someone wants to hit your infrastructure, it can be done, and that's things that we can solve or discuss here, because there are monitoring solutions and also solution to work on if you have a massive oil spill coming up, then what Dixit said, what we can do from satellites, it's all complementary. And I realized that when Dixit, when you told the audience about how you do things, and then I realized that we are 100% complementary because we do the early monitoring using satellites. Anyway, enough. My name is Börre Pedersen. I'm a sales director at KSAT from Tromsø in Norway. I will talk to you about satellites, and it's not wrong, it's right. I'm in the right forum. We use satellites for oil spill detection, even though it's 800 kilometers above us. In my presentation, I will introduce you a little bit to KSAT and then to how we do global oil spill monitoring from satellites, and also to tell you we have done some demos around India, and I will show you some examples of how it looks like around India. KSAT, we connect space and Earth. We are working with all the satellite companies in the world. Of course, ISRO from India, with NASA, with ESA, most of the commercial companies. So we are very well connected with the space industry. We have a headquarters in Tromsø in Norway. The aurora in the background on the picture, it's real. It's not fake. It's taken from it's a cable car just above the city center. So if you want to see a nice aurora, this is the time of year to come. We have plenty of room, a little fewer hotels. We are partly government owned, so that means that people and companies that we work with, they can trust us because We are not venture capitalists. We don't run away with money. We are here to stay. The company is 55 years old. So we've been working with satellites, and the last 25 years we have specialized in oil spill monitoring using different satellites, mostly radar satellites, what I normally call SAR. So if you hear the name SAR, that's synthetic aperture radar. We have 3 business areas, ground station network. I will show you a map of where we are located. I'm working in the Earth observation in the middle, and then we have government programs working more on the defense side. So this picture here, just to illustrate, we have with ISRO, we support ISRO, your space organization, when they launch the satellite. When the satellites are in orbit, we receive the data from ISRO and distribute it back to India because of our network. I will show you a map of the network. So that was just a little intro to stuff or work we do in India, and we have been working with ISRO for 20 years now, so this is a long-term relationship we have with that company, and now with more private companies coming into space in India, we are also teaming up. My friend Bala Reddy back here from Assista, they will also be our partner in India when it comes to this job that I will explain to you about now, meaning how to do oil spill detection. So the intro to our oil service. The dots you see on this map here, this is where we have built up special antennas to receive satellite data. We started this expansion in 2009. Now we are on 27 locations globally, and everything is owned and operated by KSAT. So that means that we decide who to serve, when to serve it. When we sign contracts with someone, we will also be fully responsible. We cannot hide behind someone else. So this network of ground station, that enables this functionality. That means that with all the SAR satellites on the market today, again, SAR is radar, we hope to conclude in a month or maybe shorter with RESAT from India. All the other ones are fully operational, so we can provide services from 16 to 17 different radar satellites. So if someone asked me to monitor the coast of India, I can do so every day. Most days I can do it in the morning, in the afternoon with several satellites. So the capabilities from satellites to do monitoring over India is fantastic. So this, the term fast delivery up here, I will explain it later, but that means that if I have a satellite coming over the coast of India, I will be able to send you the result, the processed, analyzed result on a PDF or GIS layer within 1 hour after that satellite has flown over, for example, Mumbai or on Chennai or any coastal area of India. So it's the flying time of the satellite is what will cause most of the delay. But as mentioned earlier on the presentation, there is a motivation to do monitoring for oil spills. We have a long experience, but SAR-based or satellite-based monitoring cost very little compared to doing the same area with aircrafts or with vessels. In Europe, in Scandinavian waters, we have combined satellites with aircrafts. How do you do that? Because the satellite, I will know exactly when the satellite is coming. I will also know exactly when I have the result from that satellite. And then combining it with, for example, vessels or aircrafts that do surveillance in the area, the Coast Guard or the authority here in India or the receiving party of the information, they can call the captain on the vessel or on the aircraft saying, we have an oil spill in this area or in that area. So instead of just flying around, because one satellite image covers 500 times 500 kilometers, and then you can take 2 of them or 3 of them in a row, and that means that you cover 1,500 kilometers north-south and 500 kilometers wide. So within 1 hour, you can tell exactly if something is happening. And that is money saved and much more efficient operation. So we, of course, being a Norwegian company, we started out in Norway because we have developed these algorithms inside of Norway. In Norway, so this have developed over time. Today, in Norway, all the operators, there's a mandatory requirement from the government to monitor all producing oil rigs every day. The oil producers, they selected satellites as the tool because the cost and the reliability of satellites. So instead of leaving that monitoring to vessels which have a narrow view, you can use, all the rig operators in Norway use the same satellite solution from KSAT. And we do it on every rig every day. And in Norway it was a mandatory requirement for daily monitoring. I'm glad that our satellite solution was the best one for the operators. We have also worked, we are working globally. We have a lot of attention in Europe, and EMSA, which is the European Maritime Safety Agency, they awarded KSAT with a contract recently, and with the EMSA contract, we have a big job in Europe. As you see, there are some small numbers here. So KSAT will cover, have contracted to cover all these areas. It's EMSA is sitting in Lisbon in Portugal, and they are deciding, they're telling KSAT, where shall you focus today and tomorrow and next week? And then we go to the satellite owners and tell them, tomorrow I need you to take a picture of the Mediterranean. The day after I can do on the Canary Islands or other places in Europe, around UK. But that's up to EMSA to decide because they have a full maritime picture. They know everything that's going on in the European waters, from all the vessels sailing, any kind of oil spills. They have full control of the activities. EMSA is very hard on the requirement because they need the information from KSAT 20 minutes after we have started to downlink the information from the satellite to our antenna. EMSA said, give it to me in 20 minutes or I don't want it. So, and when they don't want, they don't pay, and that's bad for business. So that EMSA has been one of the drivers why we can today deliver the information to EMSA. I can deliver it to ISRO or to India in very short time. As you can see, we have 400 reports to EMSA every month. Just an example, we work with Australia, and with Australia we deliver information in just under 1 hour. So we deliver timely information to our contracted customers. We have a few of them, of course, so this is just an example of what kind of customers do we have. We have oil companies. Some oil companies come to us and say, can you please help us monitor our rigs? And we do it because it is a cost, but it's not a very high cost compared to having vessels or people 24/7. We have organizations like AMOSC, NOFO, and others. So there's a combination of of governmental organizations and oil companies that is buying our services. Again, the picture to the left is from the SAR radar satellite. To the right, same area, same time, using optical. And it's very visible here why we rely on SAR data, because we can see through the clouds. And with the optical, we don't. I just need to show you this picture. It's from our ground station at 78 degrees north. It's a perfect location because we can receive data from satellite every 100 minutes, and this is a unique location. ISRO from India have used it since 2004. I used to work there for 5 years. It's only 1,200 kilometers from the North Pole, so it can be pretty cold. Anyway, so the oil spill monitoring, what effect can we deliver to the industry? If it's a spill, I think Dixit, you told everything about what happens when and if a spill occurs, because it affects sea life, coral reefs, mangroves, everything. And if it's nearby a nice beach, it affects people's swimming habit as well. But when you do, as an operator, and you know that you are clean, you can also use this the satellite data to show that I am clean. I am operating according to the regulations. The oil that comes from the area, it could be natural seeps, because that will occur from satellites. We can see it from satellite as well. Some areas have a lot of natural seeps. The Gulf of Mexico is just one example, and it will be, you cannot stop it, but it will be very wrong to blame the operator for something is coming from the seabed. And we have trained algorithms to distinguish between a natural seep and a man-made seep. So it's fairly easy. The number of sensors is on the left, and then in the middle, the information when no oil is detected, which is most of the cases, we still send the report and just to say there is no oil here today. If there is oil, then you will go to the second line in the middle, and you have a lot of reporting, and the distribution to that is on the right side. It's very streamlined information, very easy to open. I showed it to my friend Bala earlier, and you can, I will show it also to you later. You have the location, you have the size, and I also will give you an example of some oil spills we found on the west coast of India. So this is just an example of how many satellites or images I can take over India in a little more than 1 week. And to illustrate, my colleague made a little animation here. When I start this, you will see that the satellite is flying, taking an image, and then we fast forward. The satellite will fly over the continent and start downlinking the data to our big ground station on Svalbard. The timeline on top is true. That collection started yesterday. It was at 12:40. 12:55, the data was already downloaded in our Svalbard station. So that means that 13:05, we should have the report ready. So back to the reporting. This is how it looks. It's very human readable. You don't need to be a trained oil expert or a GIS expert. We distribute it in PDF on either FTP or email or both. If it's a spill, we can send you a text message or a WhatsApp. What you see is a area where we we all know where we are monitoring, so you will recognize this area. If we see an oil spill, we will tell you size, width, and the number of spills we see. So this is an example from the west coast of India from November 19 this year. We saw 4 oil spills. The basic information is in the column to the right. And then we did another example on December 4, which I think was Sunday. So this oil spill that you see on the top right occurred, we saw that on this Sunday. The size is approximately 24 square kilometers. It's 13 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide. And then, but we don't have any place to send this report. We just did it to show you here at the conference how a satellite-based oil spill monitoring can be done. And this is how we do it today. And this is early warning, and it goes, I would say, 100% together with Dixit and his team in your company, because we can tell you before you see it yourself. It's very sensitive. So if you have 20 liters of oil on the water, we can see it. We don't need gallons and thousands of liters. So on the sea state, if that is right, 20 liter and up, the satellite will see it. And then we have worked on additional tooling here. So we can use the radar satellite to tell you where is the thicker part of the oil spill. Because if you have a team if you have a big oil spill, then you guys want to know, where should I go? I can tell you when we do a secondary processing that this area or the area to the west or east or north or south, that's where the thicker part is. We also combine it with optical satellites, so you can have 2 sources on the same information, meaning that it will give you confidence that what I tell you is correct. So what we do then with you also had a drift model, Dixit. So we also use the same thing on our oil spill reporting. Because when you work with radar satellites, you can also extract the surface wind. And so if you have an oil spill and the wind, then you will have a lot of information to make a drift model, as you can see here. So this is a drift or an oil spill that we had, and then we applied the drift model to it. It was a very thin layer of oil. But it was, the model showed that it's correct. I mean, it is working, and the model is different. I think you mentioned it, Dixit, that there are different types of oil around the world. I mean, you have light crude oil, you have heavy crude oil. So our drift model takes that into account when we see that, okay, if you're applying a drift model to India, we will use the Indian oil model and not the from the Northern Sea, which is probably different. I'm not an oil expert, but I know that this is how they do it. And lately, and I will conclude my presentation just to tell you a little bit about the. I was on a couple of conferences earlier this year, and now methane monitoring is becoming more and more important, especially when you do on refineries and offshore rigs. So we have, that is also a part of our oil spill, or not, the service to the oil industry, I should say. Because we can, over a certain area, we can program certain satellites, so I can monitor your facility to have the methane emission. And is it important? Yes, it is, because methane is probably the worst gas that we can emit into the atmosphere. And the second thing is that if you plan to mitigate your methane emission or to reduce it, then you will have something to compare with. So if I do a monitoring tomorrow and if you start to do something that will reduce your emission, you can ask me to monitor again and again and again, and then you will see and you have a proof that what you are doing is actually working. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my presentation. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for very useful information and information on space-based oil spill control. I think it's a very informative and useful information, and some of this was new to us also. And as we were discussing with the CMD Shipping Corporation also, I think it will be very useful. So just for information to the audience, actually some of you may be aware that DGH is having one MOU with the INCOIS, IMD, Indian Coast Guard and Indian Navy to work towards the weather prediction actually. And some of this information, what you have said, that can be shared over there, and then we can try to see to it that, as I mentioned, the new operators who are working and along with the existing player, that is ONGC, how it can be worked together. So we look forward for informative interaction. We have few minutes, and then if we can have some 1 or 2 questions if somebody is interested in, and I can request to the audience if you have got some query or some way forward. Yes, please.
Am I audible? Yeah. My question is to Mr. Pedersen, that it was, first of all, thank you for a lovely presentation. And I'm Rajesh Singh from L&T. Thank you very much. Very informative. The question is that satellites, of course, are very expensive, and the technology is very advanced, no doubt. How do you see this technology competing against usage of drones? For example, drones can also have an altitude of probably 1,000 meters, maybe 2,000 meters, even 3,000 meters. And they can be used instantaneously by the key operators there. So did you ever consider using that, sir? Or do you still feel that?
Well, the drone technology.
Yeah, you are on.
Okay. Yeah. So the drone technology is great. It's more comparable to aircraft, but cheaper to fly because they have less fuel and no man. They don't need a captain on board the drone. The limitation is weather and how far they can fly. One of the satellites that we have used, yes, it's expensive. It was launched back in 2008. It's still flying. It's still providing the global industry not only oil but anything with daily information. So satellites are made to last, and they do last, and they cover bigger areas per day than drones can do. Drones will still need someone planning the flying for them. The satellites will fly there for years and years and years. They don't need someone to tell them. You just program on and off.
Yeah. So I think thank you very much to all the speakers. Yeah, somebody else? Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Pedersen, for giving such a wonderful presentation and informative one. My question is regarding your last slide, in which you told that you also work in detecting the methane from mining operation. So my question is, can you throw some light on it? Because, okay, can you throw some light on it? Because as I consider the mining is a continuous operation and the CBM release will be a continuous one. So how do you detect it? Please.
Yeah, the methane is, they have launched, or there 3 to 4 satellites that can do methane monitoring. There is a Canadian company that designed a sensor and launched their own satellites just to do methane monitoring. So what they do is to look at this particular band, because it's optical, so it needs daylight to work, but the methane will be discovered on their own special instrument. And that's why you can have such a precise monitoring using that. So at KSAT, what we do is to add more information, because if you only use that, you will have like some green dots on a file. So we will add some GIS layer so that you know what you're looking at, that it's actually your facility if that is what you want to monitor.
Okay, so thank you very much to all the speakers, to Captain Tyagi, to Mr. Ajay Dikshit and Mr. Peterson for such useful information and very informative talks, and sharing with some of the information and data with all of us. I hope it has been a very useful and informative section on oil spill response management. We look forward for further interaction during the tea break, and one-to-one interaction can also be held. Thank you very much for this session, and thank you to the organizers for organizing this session.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the eminent speakers on stage. I now request Session Chair Dr. Anand Gupta to present a token of appreciation to Captain Binesh Kumar Tyagi, CMD, the Shipping Corporation of India Limited. A round of applause for Captain Binesh Kumar Tyagi. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Bora Pedersen, Sales Director, Earth Observation, KSAT, Kongsberg Satellite Services, Norway. A round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Ajay Dikshit, Chief HSE, ONGC. Thank you very much, sir. I request Dr. Anil Garg to please join us on stage. I now request Dr. Anil Garg to present a token of appreciation to Session Chair Dr. Anand Gupta, Additional Director General Development DGH, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. A round of applause. I now request all the respected speakers to please step forward for a group photograph. Can we once again give it up for all the distinguished dignitaries on stage? Thank you very much. We request the gathering to please join us for a quick cup of tea and coffee organized outside this hall on my left, and we will begin the last session for the day, that is the plenary session 3 at sharp 4 p.m. in this hall. Thank you so much. Enjoy your tea.
इसके लिए बोल रहे हैं, CPWD को बोल दो, एक चेयर दे देंगे, साथ में सारे बैठ रहे हैं, अच्छा सारे बैठ रहे हैं, मैं बोल जाती हूँ, इधर से उनको बोल दो, ये उधर एक बंदा रहता है।
आई हैव माई लैपटॉप, क्योंकि उसके अंदर कुछ कंटेंट है, उसको पेन ड्राइव में नहीं डाल सकते हैं, ठीक है। सो व्हेन आई कम इन आई नीड अ यूएस वो HDMI।
हाँ लग जाएगा।
ठीक है, आप
कब है आपका?
आप ही रहिए। माय नेम इज सुशांत, अभी 4 बजे
हाँ
सुशांत।
ये वाला, ठीक है ठीक है। लैपटॉप लगेगा।
यहाँ पे आप लिख लीजिएगा लैपटॉप,
ठीक है
उस टाइम आप मतलब वो लगाना पड़ेगा।
लग जाएगा पर
ये स्टूडेंट्स कहाँ के हैं?
मुझे भी नहीं पता। यार चार्जिंग के क्या हिसाब है?
नहीं सर, हो गया।
पीछे का पीछे का पीछे का भी ठीक है।
थोड़ा ये आया
इससे ले लो फिर उससे यहाँ पे खड़ा हूँ वहाँ पे पीछे ले लेना सही है सही आ रहा है देखना
चलिए ये पूरा है ना एक इधर से ऐसे अब आप आ जाओ
इधर ही करो लेकिन मोटा है अभी जल्दी करो नहीं यार तो ऐसे आना चाहिए
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to start settling down as we intend to start the last session for the day at sharp 4 p.m. You may quickly finish your tea and coffee and come inside the hall and be seated.
Yes, I'll give you number 2, number 3.
As per the sequence, so it's number 3.
Can you just check if my system plugs in or not? Because this USB doesn't work.
I'll ask someone to help me.
How is the presentation of this mic? So you just come in, it's already loaded up here. And you just
He'll help you. What's your, you want?
promote the
एक बार प्लीज इनकी हेल्प कर दीजिए इनकी भी और इनकी भी प्रेजेंटेशन
हाँ सही लग गया
चलो मैं HDMI
हाँ
वो लग जाएगा
डन ऑलराइट परफेक्ट हाय प्रमोद सुशांत
Sushant, nice to meet you.
नाइस टू मीट यू यू गोइंग फर्स्ट
Second.
Yeah,
Right?
after Ms. Shukla.
So when I will be here, will be there already.
Yes. It's loaded on this laptop.
Let me just.
Your presentation is there.
Can I just in fact
Yes.
leave this and is there a charging point in my laptop? Charge as well.
I think there is maybe
Just give me a second.
a charger point है. हाँ है.
There is one.
कुछ टाइम लगा देंगे मैं चार्जिंग लगा लूँगा
चार्जिंग लगा के छोड़ दे रहा हूँ ना मैं क्योंकि मतलब मैं आते हुए रास्ते में इसके ऊपर काम कर रहा था I just don't want to in case it is delayed don't want this to be charged out
ये पर इनकी presentation भी run हो जाएगी ना. Second speaker है. जिससे promote.
ये वाली जो आई है,
ये इधर.
ये तो मैंने लगा दिया
ये second है.
अभी फर्स्ट वाली आई नहीं मेरे पास
आ रही नहीं.
She might not come actually.
What else?
They may be the first one.
अच्छा, तो बस you just have to move to the. First one is not there. I might be the first one. यहाँ पे खड़ा है ना पोडियम पे ना माइक के यहाँ पे।
हाँ वैसे भी कर सकते हो, अगर उसके लिए वही है कि ये पॉइंटर है।
अच्छा पॉइंटर है।
हाँ ये वाला पॉइंटर है, ये फर्स्ट डाउन है।
लेकिन खड़ा यहीं पे पड़ेगा।
हाँ यहाँ से भी कर सकते हो।
ऐसे इसको ऊपर करना पड़ेगा मेरे को।
अरे ये चार्जर हिल रहा है हमारा यार, इसको यहाँ पर लगाना टेप। ये चार्जर हिल रहा है ना। ये चार्जर नहीं इधर उधर जा रहा ना, ये जरा से भी हिल रहा ना तो चार्जिंग लेना बंद कर दे रहा है। इस पर लगा दे इसका टेप, यहाँ पे ऐसे ही रहे बस, ये खुले ना बस। एक लंबा सा टेप लगा दो ऐसे बस, बंद मत करो।
Professional MC. Yeah, you've got a great voice.
Thank you. Yes, I'll invite you. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to please settle down, find a seat, make yourself comfortable as we are starting with the last session for the day. Students are requested to please settle down. Students, do not form a group and please settle down. I once again request all the students to please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, let's gear up for the last session of the day on the theme Digital Transformation in Oil and Gas Industry, Emerging Global Energy Landscape in 2030 and Beyond. Please join me in welcoming Session Chairperson Dr. Avinash Chandra, First Director General DGH. I request Dr. Avinash Chandra to please join me on stage. A round of applause for Session Chair, Dr. Avinash Chandra. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining. I request you to chair the session and give me a minute as I introduce the key speakers. We have with us Mr. Pramod Jain, CEO, Computer Modeling Group, Canada. Let's welcome Mr. Pramod Jain on the stage. We just had tea. I think we can do a bit better. We can clap a bit louder. Mr. Sushant Rabra, partner KPMG in India. Please give it up for Mr. Sushant Rabra, partner KPMG in India. A very warm welcome to you. Mr. Alok K. Gupta, former Managing Director and CEO, ONGC Videsh Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Gupta will join us in a few minutes from now. Mr. Vinay Malhotra, Managing Director, SLB India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Neeraj Sethi, Country Director, Bakers Hughes, India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And now over to the Honorable Session Chair, Dr. Avinash Chandra.
Good afternoon. I welcome all delegates, participants here and speakers to this last session. And I'm quite sure it's going to be very stimulating and interesting session, as we have very experienced speakers here with a very wide and interesting background. The theme for the session, as you can see, is digital transformation in oil and gas industry, emerging global energy landscape in 2030 and beyond. And we all know that this is the age for digitization. Experts already here in this field. And we also know that digitization so far that we've seen now in the last 15 years has improved efficiency in technology, get more accurate data, better interpretation, with greatly reduced cost and time. And the data which is dissipated or in a granular form get studied in more cohesive and deeper fashion, and we get in-depth analysis, better results. And this is, we see, is affecting the entire value chain. I mean, you see this kind of dramatic effect in oil sector from exploration, production, refining, marketing, and even the consumer studies, as you see that. And it helps, as I said, in improving efficiency and price reduction, and develops new business models. The same part of our theme is also what's likely to happen, our thoughts on it, on landscape in 2030 and beyond. But that is a very vast topic. I think we cannot keep on talking about that topic till cows come home in the evening. So what we suggest that it may be more interesting, if you all agree, that we hear the speakers first, and then we come down to this area of landscape 2030 and beyond, including some discussion and then question answers. Okay? So With that outline, we start now with Mr. Pramod Jain, CEO Computer Modeling Group Canada.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's back from the coffee break. It's a pleasure to be here in front of all of you. I've come all the way from Calgary, Canada, for this talk, so I'm excited to be here. For some of you who know or may not know who CMG is, CMG Computer Modeling Group is a company headquartered out of Calgary, Canada, and we've been in this industry for 40 years, solving industry's hardest complex challenges. In terms of our employees and focus in areas, we're led by research and innovation. 50% of our employee workforce is focused on research and development. And in that 50%, 75% of that, of those employees that we have are masters and PhDs in the degrees of petroscience, petroleum engineering, computer science, geology, and so on. We have 600 plus customers, including universities around the globe. We have top 18 out of top 20 super majors around the world, located in 75 plus countries. So needless to say, a very global company with a large footprint of customers around the globe. So what I want to do is I want to talk about the global market trends, and then I'll try to triangulate back with what's happening from an Indian perspective as well. So if you look at the market trends, and three of them stand out, and it was very relevant based on the conversation that's happened this morning as well with a lot of presenters talking about it. The first one is, look at the oil prices. It has gone through cycles in the last 2 years. The oil price starts to go or pre-level to the pre-COVID, pre-war levels, but then the gas prices are starting to soar as well. So there's a lot of that switching that's in play. And if in terms of what's happening from oil and gas companies, the operators, they're cash rich now, but that is not going back into investment in CapEx projects. It's going back to shareholders, it's going back to dividends. And the operators are very diligent about where to spend money on, right? So the focus really is to how do I optimize what's already exists, right? Less on exploration, more on the production side that we're seeing globally right now. So brownfield asset development optimization is the key. The second is demand is resilient. I think now everybody believes that energy security and oil and gas is here to stay. In fact, as the GDP improves, as the economy starts to get better, you see the demand actually increasing twice in the upcoming decades. And the third part of that is energy transition, which is then how do you then try to go back to the net zero goals, focus more on the renewable sides, and there is all kinds of methodologies or who's leading the race in this area is quite out there. If you look at Europe, they are leading the race in terms of the renewables. Then you look at US and Middle East, the focus now goes back to shale increase in the production side of the things. And then we'll talk a little bit about India as well. Some of the presenters talked about it, that there's a long way ahead in terms of doing that. But these three market trends is now starting to shape up in terms of what the next decade will look like from challenges and opportunities perspective. So where does India come in? When you talk about India, it's kind of at the crossroads. If you think about where things are, right? So one of the largest consumers of energy, the country is among the top 4 countries in the world. And it's only going to increase the demand, right? So what's going to happen in terms of as the GDP starts to improve for India, the demand starts to grow further up. Then you have aging fields, right? That's a struggle. How do you make sure that you sustain the production and then you can cope up with the demand? From 1 million barrels a day production to consuming 4 million barrels a day, which means 75%, 80% of that is coming from outside. So there's a lot of export happening to meet up to the demand. And then there's a commitment by 2030 in terms of how the emissions would be reduced by 45% by 2030, right? So that's an aggressive task itself. And then we talked about in the morning as well that how India has made a commitment from a 2070 net zero perspective. And if you start to triangulate all these things together, you start to see that it's a challenge. It's a big Herculean challenge in terms of how do you get to achieve both sides together. So where does technology comes in? And the technology comes in to make sure that digitization happens. The theme of this particular conference is digital transformation. Technology has made a lot of improvements in all the other verticals, all the other industries, and oil and gas industry is behind. So how do we make sure that technology is at the forefront and it's out there to either extend the life of assets? You talk about EOR techniques, you start to look at optimization, you look at AI, machine learning, history match, and trying to extrapolate the results. You try to break down the silos that happens in different departments. You have a reservoir department, you have a production department, they don't talk to each other. And as you start to make decisions, they are suboptimal decisions. Technology can play a big role in that, right? So, and when it comes down to CMG, Computer Modeling Group, we sit at the center of that, and we've been doing it for years now, 40 years, in making sure that the companies around the world are taking advantage of that. So I'll give some examples. I'll give some use cases, the real-life examples that we have done in the past with a variety of our customers around the globe. This is a company in Canada, E&P company, aging field, but was trying to improve the production. And through the impact of EOR, and they were using chemical injection, they were able to improve the recovery by 27%. And if you start to put that into dollar amount, that becomes close to $40–50 million annual savings on this side. Right? And where Computer Modeling Group software comes in is that you're able to figure out where to inject, how much to inject the chemical injections, and then you start the recovery process, right? So the whole idea of simulation is that you're mitigating your risk and you're modeling as much as possible in advance before you even start doing your CapEx investment. The other example I want to give you is in Oman. Our customer in Oman, which is, we're dealing with a very complex asset. An asset which has 17 to 20 reservoirs, 127 wells, and they were doing gas injection in this process. So again, another EOR technique to start to optimize the production. And in this, solving for this mega scale was an enormous task. But again, by leveraging the technology and making sure that the simulation is done in advance to, again, look at where to inject the gas, at what point do you want to inject the gas, and exactly where, how do you time it, that played a key role in terms of meeting the results from a contractual commitment perspective. The third example I want to give is energy transition, which has been the focus, again, of this morning discussion as well. CMG, when you talk about energy transition, there are multiple aspects of energy transition. The first and foremost that stands out is CCS, carbon capture, sequestration, and transportation. And then you have hydrogen as a form of energy. You've got geothermal. So there are multiple aspects of that. But again, this particular example was one of our strategic customers, Shell. They had a $1 billion CapEx project, so there was a lot at stake to make sure that the contractual demands are contained. So not only now you're figuring out how and where to store the carbon dioxide, how much to store, at what point do you want to store it, and then you don't want to make sure the leakage happens, right, because you don't want to be in bad press or you don't want to pay regulatory fines on this. And like I said, a $1 billion CapEx project is a lot at stake in this regard. So again, by leveraging technology like Computer Modeling Group, they were able to save the emissions from a carbon perspective equivalent of 250,000 cars off the road in a year. And that's a lot, right? So as we talk about CCS, the expertise of CMG comes in because we've been doing, using CO2 as a part of EOR 20 years ago. We've been writing white papers with Japanese companies 20 years ago. At the time, nobody talked about CCS, and now it has been front and center for everybody trying to do that. So it's very important that the technology has been proven, has been advanced further over the years in terms of emission reduction and what do you do with it. So back to what I said about CMG and its history. 40 years of experience, 40 years of history, started as a research company back in 1980s, and then involvement with India as well. Involvement with India in 1980s from an ONGC partnership perspective. CMG built up its brand reputation on solving one of the hardest problems in unconventionals. So you talk about heavy oil, you talk about Canadian oil sands, leveraging SAGD, steam, as a way of extracting the oil and recovery process, moving that to heavy oil. You look at Venezuela, all about heavy oil and how the technology was used over there. Then came the US shale in 2014 and optimizing that. And now we're talking about CCS. Again, doing it for 20 years, but now we're not stopping just over there. We want to make sure that we have the world's first integrated reservoir integration with the wellbore. And we've been working with leading partners of ours in Kongsberg Digital based out of Norway, where there is a GIP created, where you have 10 plus companies participating like Total, Repsol, Wintershall, BP just joined as well. So the idea really is that we're not just solving the problem by ourselves. We are coming together as a team, the innovation think tank, and taking the innovation to the next level. That is the key in terms of how CMG starts to make sure there's an impact, there's a difference in the role that we play in solving some of the hard challenges. So we take a lot of pride in being the first from an innovation perspective, and then we try to make sure that the bar keeps on going up as well. The other thing that I want to highlight over here, which is not in this slide, is, as I mentioned about the silo between a reservoir engineering departments and a production engineering departments, and as you talk about brownfield asset optimization, you can't have suboptimal decisions. So CMG introduced a concept of IPSM, which is Integrated Production Surface Network. And you want to make sure that the two departments talk to each other. You have a single model that connects the dots between the two, right? Because there is no room for suboptimal decisions, especially in the constrained world that we live in. So a lot of first that starts from CMG in terms of the innovation and the technology that we have put out there. Now, I'll speak about India a bit, and the reason actually I'm here all the way from Canada as well. As you see, I'm Indian. I was born here, spent 20 years of my life growing up in India. Then I left to US for my studies and then built up a career in the technology field in US, Europe, and then in Canada. The thing that I heard this morning, this afternoon, about the talent, about making sure that we have technology partners in the country which can involve some of the talent that we have over here. So the commitment from CMG, now I took over in charge of being a CEO of CMG 6 months ago, and being an Indian, I want to make sure that this is my contribution back where we can have a dedicated center of excellence in Bangalore, in India, that we are opening up in February around the Energy Week timeframe. And the idea really would be is to start that collaboration of the students participating in different internships with CMG, whether that's going to our Calgary office, whether that's participating in Houston, Dubai, Malaysia office. We have offices around the world. But it starts to create that, breaking the silo that was kind of talked about this morning about academia and the industry. Right? CMG gets a lot of projects. We have close to 20, 30 interns every year from around the world, but India is one area that we haven't tapped into. A lot of my VPs, my leadership team is from ISM Dhanbad, from IITs as well. So a lot of opportunities in terms of building that skill and R&D center where we can make technology in India and we can start to leverage that. So I see a lot of students over here. I think that'll be a great opportunity in terms of what we can do, and this is going to happen in the month of February when our center starts to get created. So really creating leaders of tomorrow. The commitment is to put at least 10% of our workforce from an R&D perspective over here, consulting and all the other disciplines that's out there. And the idea is to foster the innovation, right? So we want to make sure that the challenges that we talked about, and I think Mr. Ravi Bisra talked on as well, they're crawling. As you compare with US and Europe and other parts of the world, as an Indian, I take a disappointment in that we should not be crawling, we should be running. And if we have the technology, which CMG does, and we are solving some of the hardest problems, whether that's in Brazil, whether that's in Argentina, whether that's in the Middle East, we should be here in India solving these problems and being part of it to take on the world. And that's the commitment CMG is making in terms of solving that. So thank you for having me over here, and looking forward to have multiple discussions on this. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jan. A very positive note, a very encouraging presentation, and your thought of participation in India. We welcome that. Ravi Bastia's slide was to basically jolt us out of our slumber. India is not really a snail. The government in the last 7 to 8 years has done a lot of very far-reaching steps they've taken now, even in the oil and gas sector. So India is certainly on the move, but yes, we are nowhere near cheetah or the rabbit, but we are willing to be there soon. Okay, Mr. Sushant Rabra, we can have your talk. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here, and I would say a privilege to be talking in this prestigious forum where, just one second, I think something in the slides. Yeah, all right, let's get this started. So today we wanted to talk to you about our view on digitization in oil and gas. Of course, this is a topic which needs no introduction and has been discussed at length. So what we will focus today on is the futuristic trends on digital and digitization and the themes that are going to be important as far as our perspective goes. Now, from an oil and gas industry perspective, we are at a cusp of multiple mega trends which are colliding together to create the perfect storm. And all these mega trends are what have been discussed since morning. So I'll quickly go through the energy transition, the focus about decarbonization, ESG, and how oil and gas sector can contribute to that, to the new business models and rise of electrification. I wouldn't, dare say that we have had such a huge change in such a short span of time, and time before in the history of the sector. So while all these mega trends are playing out, what is happening is to enable these, you are looking for levers underpinning the entire transformation. And digitization is a key lever which underpins that transformation the way we see in the oil and gas sector. Of course, there are other levers around how you're looking at talent of the future, how you're looking at business models of the future, how you're looking at ecosystems and so on. But digitization pretty much comes up in every conversation that you're having as part of these transformations. If I was to move forward, not just the mega trends which are shaping up the sector per se, but if you see the overall digital trends, right? What is in currency as far as digitization and digital transformation go, they are also of relevance to the sector. So if you start with the themes around digitally enabled distribution, now when you have so many innovations happening in direct to customer, e-commerce or omni-channel, customer-focused brand and so on, what are those learnings that can be taken back to, for example, the retail side of oil and gas? Similarly, when you're looking at new energy and business models, what are those learnings which can be taken back to the core operations and core business models of oil and gas sector? These digital tools and platforms provide ready opportunities for oil and gas companies to consider as they are managing this transition. Now, while this is all well understood, let me now get into what the future holds for us. Now, whenever we talk about digitization and digital, we all hear about the same 5 or 7 big technologies. And if I was to take a straw poll here, I think it's going to be the same. So you have artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchain, everybody talks about only 5 or 7. But what I wanted to highlight to you is actually the spread of digital technologies is much larger, much wider. So what you see here is what we call as a periodic table of digital technologies. There are more than 50 technologies which exist today which are transforming the world the way we know it. The color coding on this one essentially talks about the families, the digitization technology families. So the one, for example, you see in light blue here, for example, talks about data analytics. The one on the left-hand side talks about the family, which is the artificial intelligence family. Now, what do I define these families, and why do I talk about these together? Go back to periodic table 101. What you could do by learning about the properties of elements that you know about is that you could predict or you could estimate the properties of elements not yet found, right? Same principles apply over here. So the progress that, let's say, you are making in deep learning could be then applied to, let's say, cognitive computing or artificial intelligence using quantum computing or computer vision and so on. So within each family, you could actually pretty much lift and shift innovations, and therefore the speed of innovation is faster, number one. Number two is all these families, they combine together to create solutions. So when you're talking about solutioning, you will possibly pick up, for example, text analytics from one side to cognitive from the other side, and now you have, let's say, a legal contract management solution, correct? Or you put blockchain from one side, you pick up cognitive from the other side, and then you add some smart computing on top of that, then you have smart contracts, self-driven contracts, and so on and so forth. So what you could do is pretty much the way you create a new compound, pick and choose and create your ideas and themes. I also get questions saying this looks fairly futuristic, right? Is it already here, or is it something we are talking about which will happen in the 20 years from now? The answer is it is already here. So if you look from an oil and gas sector perspective, in upstream, midstream, and downstream, these technologies are already being used, right? And for example, in upstream side, you have digital twins coming up, which are used to improve your asset performance, asset management, maintenance, and so on. In the midstream side, you're using sensorization to look at the health of the midstream assets. On the downstream side, for example, you're using chatbots to improve customer experience and engagement, which is more closer to a classical retail digitization rather than oil and gas digitization. So the point I'm trying to make here is that the change is much faster than what we believe it is. These technologies are already here. Maybe they are bundled in a way that we don't even talk about them. They're already here. They are already being used. And as an oil and gas company, I think it's very important for you to chart out that course for yourself, right? Now, while this is a technology view, I also understand that today we have a lot of functional leaders in this session. So if you look at it, the synthesis of solutions. So how, for example, if you want to pick up upstream and say, I want to look at real-time rig operations and performance monitoring, if you deconstruct that, it is built by IoT, it is built by cloud, it is built by AI, all working together, right? If you see the chart in front of you. So what is happening is all these solutions are coming together and creating value for your organization. So if you have to invest, the other lens of this is, if you have to invest, look at what are those basic building blocks that you can invest on. What are those technologies out of the 50 or 60 technologies that you want to take your bet on, and eventually go with that and build the solutions around those. Not all of these technologies are at the same level of maturity, right? So, of course, there are some technologies which are quite mature. There are some which are just coming up. So, for example, if I was to talk about platform as a service or virtual reality and so on, they are already here. They are being used pretty much day in and day out. So there's nothing fancy and futuristic about it anymore, right? But if you look at the time horizon of the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, there are many more technologies which are of interest. So for example, the entire theme around quantum computing is super interesting, right? And there are two countries of the world which are investing heavily in it. One is US, one is China, because they know that it is going to be an orbit shift. It's not going to be a linear shift. It's going to be an orbit shift in what you can do once you have at-scale quantum computing deployed for you. What we saw in classical analytics versus AI, this maybe a bigger order of magnitude jump is going to become possible once you move to QC. Similarly, if I was to look at brain-computer interface, we all hear about Neuralink and what is happening around that, and every technology starts with that, with its fair share of experiments and possibly skeptics. But we believe this is again something which is going to be in the reckoning in about 15 years, or 10 to 15 years from now. The use cases will start out and they will move in. What do I mention by, start out and move in? There are many use cases which you will see immediately being deployed for you as oil and gas sector. Some of these I showed in the previous slide. But what will also happen is, because the boundaries of the sector are blurring, so therefore there is going to be a lateral inspiration that will happen from, let's say, retail sector, maybe from cement sector, because it's again a large asset-heavy industry, maybe from logistics sector, because you run large logistics operations, and so on and so forth. And those ideas, those themes or innovations are also going to go back and play into your organizations, right? So the takeaway from this particular theme over here is digital technology set A, of course, is fairly wide, and it is not static. So what you need to do is see where would you invest your current dollars on, which is going to be probably the central circle here, versus where would you put your risk dollars on or risk capital on, which probably will be the outer two circles. You want to be in it, but you don't want to expose yourself too much, right? And that could happen through collaborations, that could happen through working with startups or your own acceleration centers or incubation centers, and see how can you leverage these things. Why this is important? And as the speaker just before me spoke about, increasingly, the performance of an oil and gas company depends a lot on the kind of algorithms they have, intelligence they have been able to build, computer models, and so on. And if all of them to be successful, this is pretty much the core. The point I'm trying to bring out is digitization or digital is no longer a back office or a supporting enabler, working in some function somewhere. In many, many cases, this is going to be the core. So if you're running, for example, into a transformation around electrification or EVs as a diversification strategy, that entire theme has to be built on digital platforms, because your competitors are actually building it as a digital native company, grounds up. So therefore, to compete with them, you have to be investing in digitization as the core of the business, not as an adjunct. So key themes that I wanted to leave behind from my talk here. The first one is there is an amazing amount of volatility which is there, both outside, which is in your ecosystem around energy transition, ESG, and so on, and inside. There are two ways to look at volatility, right? One is to say that, how do I respond? How do I survive? But there are other businesses which say, how do I thrive in volatility? Because it gives me that opportunity to experiment and explore and innovate, and therefore ride the wave rather than being impacted by the wave. So that's a big mindset shift that's going to happen. The second one I already spoke about is around the industry boundaries, right? A lot of your future competitors, and they are possibly energy companies, may not be oil and gas companies in the traditional sense. They are going to come from places which are far out from what a classical oil and gas company looks like. So if there is a blurring of industry boundaries, the takeaway for us is there is going to be a blurring of what do you do with digitization in your organization, right? So digitization is not something that the Amazons of the world do only. It has to be your core theme as well. The key challenge which we will face is on talent, right? If you're looking at IoT or cloud or the most amazing data scientist, how do you make sure they want to come and join you and work for you rather than working for a startup in Silicon Valley? So the key theme will be around that, and therefore ideas around how do you use talent as a service, or I would say inorganic talent acquisition, engagement models, that will be in play. So FTE model, for example, is pretty much going to be phased out. So you'll have talent as a service, job workers, contract workers, knowledge workers which are working for a project and so on, working for you. And on the last three things, essentially, there is going to be a significant value being created in your core operations, as well as in emerging areas like decarbonization. But what you would want to do is just have a relook at overall digital plan and see whether you are building the core appropriately. So with that, I would like to complete my talk. We'll be happy to take any questions at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sushant Sabra. Very interesting. I think we will be dwelling on these topics towards the end of this session, I think, in length. We'll all participate in that as we go along, because this is very apt to this theme for our session. I'll now request Mr. Malhotra to make his presentation. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. I decided to just use my voice and hands to pass the key messages instead of, bringing a pack of slides, considering late in the afternoon. So first of all, my name is Vinay Malhotra. I graduated as a mechanical engineer from IIT Bombay in 1996, and I'm still in my first job, the job I took from the campus. Right? I wanted that introduction to show that the oil and gas sector can still keep, recruit and keep talent for a long time, right? There was never a need to change. And I'm very satisfied, with what my career has shown me in the last 26 years. So with that small introduction, I wanted to, first of all, talk about, my talk will be in two parts, right? One about digital transformation happening in the oil sector. And in the second part, I'll talk about the key technologies which are emerging, keeping the 2030 time frame in mind, right? So starting with the digital piece first, I would also, while I'm a proud employee of oil and gas sector for so many years, I would also go out on a limb and say that the oil and gas sector has not kept pace with digital transformation as many other industries have done in the similar time frame, if you look at the last 20, 25 years. Right, and why I say that, right? I'll cite a couple of examples first, right? So if some of the kids sitting in the back may not remember this, but people in the front hopefully would remember how we used to hail a taxi 20 years back is very different from how we take a taxi today, right? And, I'm trying to take examples from our personal lives because it is better to connect the dots that way. Similarly, how I used to bank 20 years back is very different from I do banking today, right? And the reasons for those two transformations, the transportation sector and the banking sector, the digital is the core for having those, the reason the industries went through those transformations, and it has all been for the betterment of the consumers, which is us, right? Something forced them to do that, either the ease for the consumer, or the competitive threat the industry was facing, whatever the drivers may have been, those industries have done that digital transformation, right? Now, oil and gas sector, I wouldn't say has done nothing. We have come a long way compared to 20 years back, but the journey is still on, right? We were probably not pushed hard enough as a sector, as an industry, till about 2014. The industry was enjoying extremely high crude prices. It's a commodity, it's a managed commodity. Certain countries of the world are able to control the prices. So the corporates, the big corporates never felt that they need to tighten the screws on cost as much as we have felt as an industry in the last 7 years, right? So I would say that journey has now started, ultimately, for our sector also, to make sure that we use all the digital technologies which are available from our own sector and from adjacent sectors, anything which is happening in the world, to see how we can increase the efficiency of our own operations and ultimately decrease the cost so that we have a long life to the sector on its own. Right? So with that short introduction on the need for digital, let's say, the digital piece, at least the way we look at in SLB or Schlumberger, I'll divide the talk further into two parts, right? One is on the planning stage, on what we are doing or what the sector is doing on the planning side of our operations. And in the second piece, I'll go into the actual execution piece itself, right? And I'll try to take examples to be able to convey the thought, convey the message, and wherever possible, I will also give an Indian context to it, right? So starting with the planning piece, the most important thing we feel as a service provider to the sector is that we need to bring all the data which we have generated for the last 100 years and which we'll be generating for the next 100 years into a common platform. Because if we don't bring all the data, company A, B, C might be acquiring our seismic, company X, Y, Z may be logging or drilling our wells, but everybody has their own data format. And if all the data stays in different formats, it is very difficult to take data to decisions. Right? So the industry started an initiative about 5 years back, led by Shell, actually, and we became a partner of that. And actually, most of the service sector and most of the operators, oil operators, have joined that initiative, and it's the OSDU. It's the single subsurface data universe, which is recommended that we take our data to. That way, it's agnostic to the company. Everybody can put their data, and I strongly recommend, at least for the oil and gas operators sitting in this forum, to join the OSDU club so that you can start to learn how to take that journey so that the data can all be integrated onto one particular platform type. Right? Because that will make sure that the insights from the data, the AI/ML, my colleague Sushant was talking about, those technologies can be applied easily, right? And you're not struggling to first get the data in the right format before trying to find a solution. So that's the first piece. Second piece is to use the power of cloud, right? Now, India, the Ministry of Information Technology has already approved 13 cloud providers, which are in-country providers, right? So that further takes away any perceived risks of data security, etc., away from us, right? And the reason to move to the cloud is very simple, whether it is a global cloud system provided by any of the international operators, or in-country cloud provided by same international operators, but the cloud, the cloud is located physically in India itself. And we have, as I said, 13 approved cloud providers. The reason to go to cloud would be just the computing power you can get out of it, right? And here I take an overseas example, a live example from a oil and gas operator in Australia who took this journey early in the digital transformation phase. And we have a written statement from their chief subsurface officer that a process which used to take them 18 months in their old way of working was now crushed down to 8 weeks, right? So that is the power of cloud computing. We will never be able to get that with machines, etc., put in our premises. The whole challenge of maintaining them with the latest softwares, latest versions, etc., right? So that is a light example, 18 months to 8 weeks, and that was only possible because of the ability to get the data on the right format and get it on cloud, right? So that we are able to use the cloud computing, which is significantly faster, and ultimately it gives us more accurate decisions faster, which is what the need for the industry would be going forward, right? And last but not the least is the platform, the decision platform which sits on top of this cloud. SLB has a commercial offering. I'm sure most of the service sector has their separate, different commercial offerings on that. Ours, for example, is called Delphi. And the key feature of this commercial offering compared to the past is that it's subscription-based, right? So today, the upcoming oil and gas companies, particularly the smaller companies who are entering this sector through the OALP or the DSF initiatives of Government of India, they don't have to buy the very costly softwares which would be licensed for 3 years or licensed for 5 years, etc., which the model used to be. It's, the Delphi system, and I'm sure there is competing systems from all service providers, is subscription-based. Like, as a consumer today, if I want to watch the T20 World Cup happening in Australia, we just finished in Australia, I took the subscription for 40 days, right, for whatever Hotstar or whatever was providing that, right? So I needed it only for 40 days. Otherwise, I don't watch Hotstar, I'm watching other channels, right? So similar concept has now come up in the software domain also, and all the softwares which a geologist needs or a petrophysicist needs are combined into one package, and you can take it for whatever amount of time you need it for, right? So if you need only 3 licenses which you want to share or use with your company, you can take that. If you need it only for 6 months because that's the length of your project, you can do that, right? So those type of initiatives or offerings from the service sector are transforming the planning phase of how the data has to be, the wells have to be planned, the prospects have to be chosen, and they are impacting everything from the exploration phase to the field development phase, to the production phase of the oil and gas sector, right? So that was my few minutes on the planning part of how at least SLB sees the digital transformation is happening and how we are supporting that through various initiatives which I spoke about. Now moving to the operations part of oil and gas sector, right? So there also I will take two examples. One from the drilling phase. This is the execution phase now. All the planning is done. You have chosen your surface locations, subsurface locations, and now you're ready to drill the well, or you're already in the production phase of a field, right? So let me take an example on how digital is transforming something as simple or as old as a drilling operation, right? I take this example from actually Canada, where Pramod has been giving few examples from. For an operator in Canada, offshore eastern Canada, we have already deployed, and that was the first one which we deployed. Now we have done many more jobs like that, wherein all the offset data for that particular environment, that particular field, has already been fed into a drilling automation system. In our case, we call it drill ops, but I'm sure there are again competing offerings from other parts of the sector, so that a driller essentially now becomes an autopilot, a pilot flying the plane. And as you know, when a pilot is flying the plane today, about 90% of the time the plane is on auto mode. The pilot is actually just monitoring, and the plane is flying on its own, right? So very similar concept is now already being deployed for automated drilling, where based on offset well data, and all that data has been crunched, all the relevant parameters which the driller would normally use his brain and his experience is already been put in the system. So now the driller is mostly monitoring and accepting he's ultimately still in control, but he's able to say yes, and the drilling of the next stand starts. And it will follow a predetermined path in terms of parameters like weight on bed, RPM, etc., till something new is encountered or something different is encountered, at which point the machine will hand over back to the human, right? Otherwise, the driller in this case is mostly in the monitoring job. Now, why is this useful is in this particular operations in offshore Canada, we could see a high level of variance between how much time it takes after one stand has been drilled and the next stand is put into the system to be drilled, right? And that time varied from anything between 1.5 minutes to 6 minutes. It depended on many factors like who is the driller, what time of the day it is, who is part of the crew, whether it is day shift, night shift. All those parameters changed how the same operation is done by different individuals. But today, after making that system an automated system, we are consistently getting the 1.5 minutes for every stand which is being drilled, right? For the changeover time from one stand to go to the other stand, right? This is the power of automation, right? Very consistent performance, and in this case, time-saving performance also, right? So that is what the digital transformation is starting to do already in the operations part or the executions part. Now let me take an example from the production side of the business, right? So, and this example actually comes from India itself, right? So today, for a operator in India, in the northeastern part of the country, we are already deploying a project which will automate the production phase of a small oil and gas field. Now, this field, currently we are doing it as a pilot, about 20 wells, is on gas lift optimization, right? So gas lift is the technology used to artificially lift this field. So what we are doing, and the way the operations are done, every 2 or 3 days, physically an operator has to go visit each of the well sites, check how much gas is going, check the pressure and temperature readings, and based on that, make sure that the optimum flow rate is going into the well for the gas lift optimization, and the right level of production is coming from the well, right? A very manual process. The idea was, for the pilot, was to automate this process by putting certain sensors, the key sensor, whatever reading the operator was using. So we were trying to make sure that we can do that without the operator. So we put the sensors, we automated the data flow to a decision device, which is at the well site, and the algorithm, whatever algorithm the operator would use, we have put that algorithm now on the device, the edge device, which is at the well site, so that the device can take the decisions, use the same logic which the human operator would use, but take the decision at the well site and automatically change how much gas will be needed in real time, not 2 days later, in real time, so to get the maximum flow rate and also to use optimally the amount of gas available for gas lift operations, right? And this project is almost at the end of its delivery. We should be inaugurating it sometime early first or second week of January. And this is another example to show an example from closer home that how a digital transformation will start to impact both the efficiency and the production eventually in this case, right? So such journeys are just the tip of the iceberg, as we say, right? All the senior managers in our company, and I'm sure that is happening across the industry, are going through a digital transformation course to ensure that the digital has to come from within, from the core, as Shashank was also just saying, that we need to ensure that each and every operation, whether it is inside our company or a service which we are providing to the operator, has to go through that thought process on how I can make it better. Right? Just to conclude this, I'll take an example from Malaysia where there was a chopper going to an unmanned platform once every week to read one gauge, right? There was an analog gauge on the rig, and a chopper was making a sortie to go to that rig once every week, unmanned platform, to read the gauge, and the data was then used by the people sitting in the office to do certain optimization for the production. Right? And for this operator, we deployed a very simple camera-based solution where we ensured that the camera is able to read the gauge, and whatever decision the people in the office were taking with that data, we put that logic with the device at the platform itself, right? So can you imagine the amount of savings a very simple solution has done for this operator, that you don't have to go to take a special helicopter flight every week to go to that platform, and a very simple solution was able to suddenly change the cost and the effectiveness of that operation, right? So these examples are just few there, but once this message reaches each and every employee of each and every organization, that is when the true digital transformation will start, because the solutions will come from the people who are currently conducting that operation, and they will be the best people to know how I can digitally transform that, right? So moving away from digital, just for the second part of the discussion around what's coming for the next 7-8 year horizon, right? So I think one fundamental change which has happened, and I think that's an irreversible change, is the journey towards more forms of energy, right? Whether it is renewables, whether it is nuclear, that journey has now started, and I think we will continue on that path. There is no denying that the planet is warming at a rate at which it is unsustainable. There is no denying the fact that we will have to reduce the carbon we are emitting into the atmosphere. Right? So that is what is going to drive, this theme is what is going to drive the technologies coming out in the future. And with that focus, if you would have noticed, about 2 months back, Schlumberger, which is a 96-year-old brand name, more than 90 years in India, has also transformed, and we have now renamed ourselves as SLB. And the reason for that, and if you Google SLB, you will see a blue logo below our name. And that blue curve, actually not a logo, you will see a blue curve below our logo. And that curve starts from positive, goes to 0, and then goes negative. And it's very counterintuitive why a private sector company who is interested in doing business, why a curve is going from positive to negative. And the reason for that curve from going from positive to negative, it's not a curve for profit or revenues or anything, it's a curve for the carbon for the universe, right? So we are at a very high carbon emission level. We all collectively, all countries of the world, all companies of the world need to go to 0. And that will also not be sufficient. We will have to start we'll have to start pulling carbon back from our atmosphere through carbon capture technologies eventually, to make sure that we hand a more sustainable planet to our kids and our grandkids. Right? So that's the short story behind the new change of name for the company and the logo, the new logo. But that also shows where the focus will be for us as as a service provider in the oil and gas sector today, we will also transform ourselves as a service provider for the larger energy sector in the future. Digital will play a very important role, and also our focus on renewable energies, right? So we have opened up new parts of the company, new verticals in the company, which have started to focus on the hydrogen, which will be the fuel of the future. We have started to focus on decarbonization. We have started to focus on battery storage, geothermal energy. So that seeding phase has already started 2 years back. I think we will continue to stay in seeding phase for next 3 to 5 years, wherein already the R&D work has started to ensure that we are servicing the broader energy sector and not only just the oil and gas sector, right? So, so what do I see up to 2030? I think the investments, we every year, commit a portion of our investments to go into R&D for oil and gas, so that will continue. But in addition to that, a portion of investments have been committed to the R&D for the new energy sector, whatever the sectors in the hydrogen, in decarbonization, battery storage, etc. will need. So those technologies will also go through the same R&D phase as the previous technologies of last 90 years, right? So that is the one big change which I see coming up in the next 7 years. The focus on digital will continue. More solutions will be invested upon by service providers like us. And last but not the least, I think oil and gas itself will need to be more efficient. The cost focus will increase. So those technologies, whichever can bring efficiency to the exploration phase of oil and gas, to the production phase of oil and gas, which has been the bread and butter of companies like us, that focus will continue. But the big change, if I was to summarize it in one sentence in the next 7 years, will be the focus on the broader energy sector in addition to oil and gas. So that brings my speech to an end. I'll be more than happy to take questions when we get into the question-answer phase. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Vinay Mehrotra. You know, Schlumberger, most of you know, is one of the oldest company working in India. I think about 16 years ago, I think Oil India celebrated 50 years of Schlumberger's presence in Assam, where every well was initially being done by Schlumberger. Of course, now we have many more companies, including Oil India, of course. There's a lot of work there. So Schlumberger has been very much in India, and very interesting presentation. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Neeraj Sethi to make his presentation. Thank you.
Respected organizers, distinguished guests, eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen, future leaders, thank you for giving me an opportunity. Being the last is always the most difficult. So I'll try not to repeat what you guys have said, although I echo a lot of the thoughts and I recognize the technologies and the initiatives that are going on in the digitalization space. I want to give a little bit more organizational flavor and a little bit more of a industry flavor to what we're talking about, and I'll try to keep myself from repeating what you guys have said. But before that, I want to introduce myself. I'm Neeraj Sethi. I'm the country director for Baker Hughes. Like Mr. Vinay Malhotra, I'm also an alumni of the IIT Bombay, and I am 25 years after graduating, still in the oil and gas space. Very excited about what's happening today. Learning new things, even today. I think I've learned more in the past 5 years than I maybe have learned in the past 15 years. Because the pace of acceleration, and digitization has a major role to play in what we're doing today, is very fast. And I assure the future leaders there at the back that you have many more exciting times for yourself. We are not only going to learn new things, but we're also going to revive some of the technologies that have kind of disappeared over the past 10 years, and the best practices are going to reappear. And I see a golden age of upstream oil and gas coming back online. So I'm very, very excited to be here. And I try to attend as many of these sessions and talk to some of the younger folk and encourage them to join the oil industry. Baker Hughes in India, we employ 2,300 people. We have 19 locations all over India. We work in every major basin. We also have a very strong industrial division. We work for all the major refineries and power companies in India, providing predictive maintenance and monitoring services. We are a large provider of gas turbines and compressors for the industrial space. And we are an energy technology company focused on energy security, sustainability, and the future. We have a technology center in Bangalore with 700 people. We have manufacturing facilities all over the country. We have a Pune Technology Center, and we've got bases in every major basin: Barmer, Northeast, Assam, Kakinada, Mumbai. We are a leading service provider for the prestigious 98/2 deepwater project, where we are providing all the deepwater trees and the flexibles and SPS SURF. And we're very proud to be associated with ONGC for that, as well as all the other customers that are present here. I personally have been associated with India for the past 17 years, and I've seen my company grow here from strength to strength, and we continue to grow. So when we talk about digitization, right, I want to mention that digitization for oil and gas is not new. In fact, I would say that in many respects, the oil and gas industry is a pioneer in digitization. As upstream professionals, what we have done in the past 3 decades, using supercomputing capabilities to process seismic data and generate insights into drilling our wells and making billions of dollars of investments, would not be possible without very, very intricate and very complex and very high-performance digitization. So we've been doing this for 30 years. We've been able to acquire, for the past 50 years, critical data and make decisions on drilling wells and on production. And we've had the capability to transmit this data through very, very difficult medium over very long distances. We've had that capability before anybody else had it, in the harshest conditions that are known to exist anywhere an industry operates in India. When you talk about a submarine going to the sea bottom, well, we start spudding a well at sea bottom, and then we go down 3 to 4 kilometers below that. So when we talk about technology, I think energy technology has capabilities that far surpass any other industry today, even today, including maybe, you can argue space industry and, satellite industries. But we do have the technology, and we need to be very proud of how we use these technologies. And we need to recognize the capabilities and the complexities that we go through in implementing these technologies in our industry. I want to give you an example of automation, and then I'll touch upon why I gave you this example. In 2020, we were put in a very critical situation here in India, where we could not send our directional drillers offshore because of the COVID pandemic. Half of my directional drillers were, COVID positive. We couldn't send them offshore. So we deployed a very simple technology. Well, it's not very simple. It's simple to use, but it's quite complex in terms of having a telemetry system connected to the drill bit 2.5 kilometers below the surface, connected to a telemetry system on surface, transmitting data on satellite to our office, and communicating with this office 2 ways. And we successfully drilled a very complex directional well, 8.5 inch section, for one of the leading operators offshore. The point is that we've been doing this for 15 years. In fact, we've been supporting from our center in Navi Mumbai multiple countries across the world before we drilled. It took us about 10 years and a transformative and a disruptive event to implement this digital technology in India. And there's a reason why I mentioned this. Now, what has changed in the past 10 years? What has changed? Vinay mentioned that, we've fallen behind on the digital space. What's happened is that the technologies which were confined to a small coterie of companies who had access to capital got democratized. The mobile phone that I have today would serve as a medium-sized server maybe about 10 to 12 years ago. So now we have the power of computation at our fingertips and in the cloud at unprecedentedly low rates that have never been available to most of the population and the other industries. And what that has done is that it created a network effect and a force multiplier on the economy of other industries. And they have leapfrogged and leveraged all these technologies and got ahead of us. As a result, shareholders are seeing growth and value in other industries. And our industries, for example, if you just see a market cap of some of the leading service companies and oil companies, are there to see that we are not delivering shareholder value. Now, many of the experts and consultants believe that this is because we have not adequately leveraged digitization in the oil and gas space and created value for our shareholders, in terms of growth, as well as in terms of the returns that we offer to our shareholders. Now, leading consulting firms would say that if you ask an oil and gas CEO and do surveys across the leaderships of most of them, and this has been done, less than 30% of the leadership would say that we are using our technologies effectively, that our organization is digitally enabled to deliver value where it counts. In our defense, we have been exposed to a very cyclic market. We are a highly capital-intensive industry, so I need to make decisions on very short-term targets of production and quarterly results, rather than a digital transformation or investing in digital transformation, which is expensive and may not yield results in an uncertain market where commodity prices are fluctuating. So we have certain limitations. Now, preceding this revival, we've had 10 years of some very bad commodity prices, which has made it even more difficult to innovate and invest in something that is going to yield results in maybe 3 to 4 years. Now, however, let's also recognize that these market realities, they also offer opportunities for us to become more efficient and get a leg up on our competitors. And that's what a lot of companies have recognized. And a lot of people believe that a company which is better digitally integrated will have the cost advantages over their competitors in the down cycle. And that's going to determine which companies survive, thrive, and which ones don't in this marketplace. A digital ecosystem is going to address some of these challenges, and I'll just touch upon why and how these can be done. I think, number one, effective and the ability to implement effective workflows on the seismic processing, geophysical interpretation. Today, with the computation power available, gives you the ability to reduce your risks when you're going for exploration, because capital is limited. And you can't be drilling 5 or 6 wells before you get an exploration. Our investors expect that we would hit a find within 1 out of 3 wells. So, full waveform migration, full field inversion and pre-stack depth migration at the scale that we are conducting today was not feasible maybe even 7 to 8 years ago. And now we're talking about exascale computing with incorporating some of the elastic deformations into our workflows is only going to be possible by high performance computing. Second, as Mr. Jain said, improved reservoir modeling will give you more predictive and accurate reservoir models that then you can take to present a credible investment case to your investors. See, one of the problems that has happened in shale gas today and why people are not investing in shale gas is because the returns that we promise to our investors are just not coming. And so Wall Street has become distrustful of the projections that we are giving to the investors. If the softwares and the workflows that some of the simulation companies are projecting can give us those results with more accuracy, we will gain more credibility, we will attract more investors, and they'll say, okay, let's go and invest in an oil and gas company because these guys know what they're doing. They are the ones who are going to deliver results in 3 to 4 years' time based on what they're predicting today. And that's going to be very, very important for us to attract investors coming back into the oil and gas space. And for that, digitization and the ability to predict those production profiles and manage those production profiles is going to be very, very crucial. I've already mentioned automation. I think there is a huge opportunity for reducing our HSE footprint. You know, we want to make our workplace safer. You know, if you can eliminate two directional drillers from a rotation or offshore, I think you can save around 7 to 8 tons of carbon dioxide by not having to fly them to the rig in the first place. You can save approximately $20,000 a month in their transportation and fuel, accommodation costs. And if you multiply that across maybe some of the 30 rigs that just ONGC is doing in India, I mean, you have a huge saving, and it is feasible right now, right? So I think the adoption of these technologies can help us get to the efficiencies that we desire, and these are very, low-hanging fruits that we can exploit right away. The fifth one is driving efficiencies on a supply chain. I think this will be music to the ears of, say, KPMG or Deloitte, who advise very actively on supply chain. Having a platform, not just having a platform, but having a platform that offers to leverage your buying power, a platform that helps you create a competitive procurement system is very crucial, because that's going to be the difference between the cost that you are that you are getting versus what your competitor is getting. And last, you will also be able to reduce inventory. Now, we all have platforms in a number of companies, but are our platforms good enough to reduce that inventory level, to make it, our organization, really that efficient, is going to be very, very crucial. So what is holding us back, right? And what's the kind of roadmap that a lot of, and these are not my thoughts, these are thoughts that I've researched from various consulting reports. What is the roadmap? What do people think about digitization and implementing digitization? I think we've heard a lot about the great technologies we have, the platforms that do things. But when we look at it at an organizational and an industry level, I think digitization is a mindset. And as the gentleman from KPMG said, it's also about making it core to our day-to-day operations. Digitization has to be core. If it is not, it's not IT anymore, it is digital technology, and it's ingrained in everything we do. It's about cultural change, and it's about organizational leadership. Changing people's way of working. I'll give you a couple of examples. Very simple examples. I will not go into very technical details, but going from a signed document to a digitally signed document, which we are doing today because of COVID. Stopping some of the last customers from insisting on paper invoices, right? A paperless office, or maybe no office, or a hybrid office, are things that are very radical, but they will save money. Real estate costs money. Real estate, is right there in the top 5 cost buckets that you will have. So I think digitization is driving that change and having the energy and the persistence to make sure that you implemented this across across the organization. A lot of us who are old enough to have seen the implementation of SAP have struggled with it. And the first reaction is, I don't want to do this, right? And we have to have the organizational determination to make sure that that SAP is implemented and it is working for you. And you don't, it's working for the organization. And it's seamless and it's connected to the business. So that connectivity and that process workflows within your organization is going to be very critical. It is not just about having the apps in there. It's about having the apps in there, working for the business, and everybody using the apps the way they were designed to do. I think that's very important. That's only going to come with a cultural and organizational transformation. Secondly, look, I was asking Mr. Anand Gupta today, I said, how many wells are there in India that are producing? So he said there are about 8,000 wells. Actually, he said 6,000, and then we corrected himself after the presentation. To be able to leverage, this digital system effectively, you will have to have these wells connected to your digital. There'll be a physical layer connected to a digital layer. If you don't have that, then you cannot do any analytics. You cannot have any insights. You cannot have any visualization. So we will have to make that effort to make sure that we have all of these wells, refineries, reactors, pipelines, everything connected to a digital platform and have that data access. So we have to collect that data. Data is whatever the new oil, it's a cliche that people are using, but it is true that without that data today is going to be very, very difficult for you to implement an effective digital strategy, or it will be a fragmented, siloed strategy. You will have to get this data into a system, into your digital ecosystem, and have access to multidisciplinary teams. The third is a message, third and the fourth, I want to send a message to the future leaders here, that data quality versus quantity. Big data is not good data, always. Okay, so I want to get, we just back up a little bit. I want to talk about data collection system and data accessibility. Now, I want to commend the government of India and ONGC and everybody and DGH who support, who've implemented the National Data Repository. India has taken a great step in getting all of this data worth, I don't know, sir, what's the price of this data? Maybe billions of dollars of data on a single platform where anybody at the cost of transmission of that data can access this data. I mean, I think the students need to be aware of that there is a national data repository. Maybe there is a way for the institutions to access their data. But it's a futuristic step. To me, that step is like UPI for our industry. But when I talk about data quality, yes, the data is there, but is it connected in a structured format such as the OSDU or JSON or whatever people have today? Is it structured in a format where a software can go and read that data and extract useful information out of it? And is that data like available at a field level? When I go and see some of that data is all still scanned old reports that somebody's written from 1978. Now, yes, it's good data, it's there, at least it's a start, but I think conversion of the data to quality information is going to be very, very critical. And that's where the expertise and the experience and the knowledge and the specializations of the future leaders is going to come. The more the data, the more opportunities for us to generate new opportunities. And just because we haven't done that in the past doesn't mean we can't do more. And I'll talk about scale a little bit later. And so we have to be very, very careful that we do not lose ourselves in this vast forest of data, but we retain our expertise to be able to see what is good data, what is bad data, and which data can provide insight and reject the ones that is bad. So just because, you have a lot of, just like the medical field, like if you're a good doctor, you know what you're talking about. It's just like that. We have to be, our geophysicists, our petrophysicists have to be thinking like doctors. They have to retain their expertise, lifelong learning, staying up to date with the skill sets that are required to see this data and make the right decisions in the future. And that's not going to change. If that changes, you will become a slave to the data. You will be relying solely on AI. There's this open AI chat these days. You can ask it a couple of questions, and it'll give you some really nice answers. But if you go a little bit deeper, you'll lose it. We are a long way off from AI replacing the kind of integrated expertise-based decisions that we need to take in order to get to the point where we need to be on digitization. Fourth, every organization, and I think this is very core to Baker Hughes, right? We have a very, very strong DT organization, and one of the key pillars of that organization is cybersecurity. You must have read about cybersecurity incident in Saudi Aramco, I think 10 years ago, where I think almost every PC on that in the network, the data got wiped out. They had some data on the server, so they were able to retrieve something. But this happened again a couple of months ago. And that, if you don't build cybersecurity into the core of your digital strategy, you are setting yourself up for failure, because all this effort will go down the drain. People will say, why did we do it in the first place? So I think cybersecurity has to be built into it. It has to be built at the organizational level, it has to be built for users as well as for the devices that we're going to deploy and the sensors. So there are very complex protocols coming into play, the standards being developed, and Baker Hughes does a lot of consulting and implementation of cybersecurity systems for the industry. So we take this very, very seriously, and I think most organizations today do take it very seriously. The fifth is silos. I think Dr. Bastia and a lot of people have mentioned. Digital strategy, which breaks silos, is going to be very, very important. I mean, you mentioned reservoir engineer and production engineer. I'd say reservoir engineer, production engineer, geophysicist, driller, petrophysicist, economist, commercial leader, sales leader have to connect and be able to see what is happening to their data. They need to know what is happening to the field. They need to know what is happening to the refinery. They need to know what is happening to the pipeline. I think that visibility across disciplines will be very important. And a lot of the future leaders are going to specialize in one or two branches, but that should not stop you from looking over the shoulder of your colleague and trying to understand what he or she is doing. The sooner you start doing that will be the time that you transform yourself from just being there's no harm in being an SME for your life. There's no harm. But it opens up opportunities into general management. It opens up opportunities for leadership. And that's what's going to get you to lead a digital organization in the future. Last, sir, I want to mention scale. If anybody would like to guess, well, I've already given you the first answer. How many wells India is producing? I already told you it's 8,000. I want to just ask you a very simple question, if there are any guesses. How many wells do you think are producing in the United States today? Active producing wells in the United States. Any guesses? 2 lakh? Guess again. 1,000? 1 million wells. There are 1 million producing wells in the US today. So what I was trying to say is that our alternate industries have scaled up. The UPI industry, the financial industry, the fintech industry, they've all scaled up from being nothing to trillion dollars industries. It's because they imagined that they would scale up. They sold the story to their venture capitalists that we will scale up to this point. Now, we could get discouraged by saying, oh, in India, we only have 8,000 wells producing and we only drill 700 wells, whereas in the US, they drill 10,000 wells a year. But that's where the opportunity is. If we are only 3% of the market, even if we get to 15% of the market, you have multiplied your, you have a growth of 500%. And I think it is very much feasible. We need to be, as we said, we need to start acting like Dr. Bastia said today. We need to be the veritable cheetah, who's using all the tools and all the technologies at our disposal to accelerate this change, transform our digital ecosystem, and along with it, transform our industry. That's all from me. Thank you so much.
We have a few minutes left now in the session. Basically, we like to concentrate on emerging global energy landscape in 2030 and beyond. This is concerning digital transformation, obviously, which we've been discussing. I'd like to flag some of the issues here from the emerging scenario from a geological point of view in just next few minutes, and then we'll go over to digital transformation in future, what's going to happen now. The aspect that worries me personally most, and I'm sure that most of you perhaps are aware of this, that we're importing 80 to 85% of our energy requirement from outside, which obviously has serious security issues. And also, in the long term, it may even have economic consideration also, how long we can sustain that kind of load. As you're aware that the current government has handled the Ukraine-Russian war from Indian point of view extremely well, and we are getting oil at discounted price from Russia. So the very severe blow which should have come to us because of what the OPEC country have done was partly obliviated because of that deal with the Russians that our government managed to make now. So, I mean, in the long term, this kind of dependability on foreign oil and gas is just not viable. And I'm sure that DGH and Ministry are very actively, the last 7-8 years, they have been very, very active now. And you only mentioned one point about the data repository. DGH and Ministry have taken many new steps now. Many blocks have been offered, fields have been offered, gas pricing has been liberalized, and many economic reforms have been made now. So I will not touch on those issues, but one aspect that worries me is that DGH and the industry made a study recently where our prognosticated reserves, which are reserves in the ground, they increased to 42 billion tons. Earlier, they were supposed to be 28 billion tons in 1994-95. But we have not seen any commensurate increase in reserve accretion. If you have doubled your prognosticated reserves in a matter of 3 years or 4 years, when you drill more wells after surveys, you should see some reserve accretion coming up now. When I was DGH, we started this in 95, 96, 97, and by 1999, we started adding a lot more in our reserves. Till 1999, our reserve accretion average for the previous 10 years was only 118 million tons. But because of NELP round 2, 3, and 4, this became 168 million tons in 2001 and 2, 280 million tons in 2002 and 3, 310 million tons in 2004. And then when I retired after that, by 2005, it crossed 400. So from 118 of the previous 10 years, we went as much as 400 million tons every year. So we saw commensurate more accretion coming because of higher activity of exploration. Now, DGH has done a wonderful job recently, completed national seismic data acquisition, which should open a number of new basins. We have got 10 to 11 basins which don't produce anything. And this kind of survey was ideal for that, to find out how much sediments we have, what kind of sediments we have. I'm not too sure, but hopefully in the next 2-3 years, we'll see some result from there. Other aspect is that we produced, perhaps some of you know that, most of our oil, world over, the oil 60 to 65%, about 60% comes from older rocks, Mesozoic and Paleozoic. In India, we only produce 4 to 5% oil from Mesozoic and Paleozoic, although we have a lot of Mesozoic and Paleozoic rocks available. Tertiary rocks, which are younger rocks, are not so prevalent on the surface, but deep down we have a lot more Mesozoic and Paleozoic. So far, we are not able to do a very great job in these older rocks. So there is a lot of future lies in this area now. Then we have prospects below Deccan traps. Almost 16% of our country is covered by traps. West coast, offshore, hinterland of India, all covered by Deccan trap. And we have a lot of sediments below Deccan trap. We have drilled some wells, we have found sediments up to 3 or 4 kilometers deep into valleys there. But so far, at least we should have some gas production from there coming in this area now. CBM, coal bed methane. We have established 9 TCF reserves so far. I think the reserves are basically about 12 TCF now, which I was calculating the other day. And the resource of CBM is 1.3 trillion cubic meters. 1.3 trillion cubic meters, I'm not talking a million cubic meters. So we are not making much dent in CBM yet. Production is around 2.5 million cubic meters now, will reach soon 4 million cubic meters, but we have potential of producing CBM between 30 to 50 million cubic meters if we put all the coal blocks which are available, which are not being mined for CBM drilling. And we should do it by now, another area now. Shale gas I'm not touching because it has got certain problems. Now gas hydrate. We have managed to map on the west coast of India, or east coast of India, sorry, in KG Basin offshore, one of the best CBM reserves anywhere in the world. Thick in sand grains and sandstone reservoir, which are producible. And this is something we have got, supposed to be something like 1,400 million cubic meters, a trillion cubic meters of reserves trapped in this kind of hydrates. And this requires some more effort now. Hopefully in future, something will happen there also. Then we have old mature producing field. We hear a lot about this thing now, but these producing field have still a lot of reserves. When we started doing 3D in them, we found a lot more reserves. A lot of oil companies are perhaps present here, which have done 3D, and they have found small pockets of oil and gas reserves in Cambay and also in Assam. So all the low-hanging fruits have been found in these mature fields, which are shallow fields or bigger fields have been found, but the subtle traps, combination traps, which we are still finding now, and will continue to find in the next 20, 30 years also now. And another aspect of the mature field is we should increase our recovery factor. For example, Mumbai High, our recovery factor was around 24, 23. We're planning to take it to 45 by drilling more wells. I think eventually we went around 30 or 35%. I'm just saying by my old memory, by the time I left DGH. So a lot more to be done now. Now, world over, they are from sand reservoirs, especially in Canada and USA. They are producing 60, 65, 70% of recovery factor from sand reservoirs. Our average is around 25 now, 30, approaching 28, 30, 32, in that range now. So a lot more we can do now by increasing the recovery factor now. I'm talking of future now, coming years now. We are not finding enough strategic reserves overseas. If you're not able to produce sufficient in India, it's quite obvious. We should look for strategic reserves overseas, except for Russia, USSR, where a lot of our companies have gone the last 12, 15 years now. We're not able to diversify. A number of countries went into various problems like Venezuela and Libya. It's no fault of any of the Indian companies here now. They can't help it now. But we still diversify and get strategic reserve outside now. We are thinking of doing this battery-driven cars now. But what about lithium? We should be looking for lithium reserves. I don't want to mention any one country. Some countries are doing very well now. I don't want to name any country here right now. They are getting lithium reserves. We should also look at, so we should look for strategic reserves. This is something in future we should also do. And of course, we come down now to renewables because we have to support decarbonization, zero emission, and this is where we are talking about our digitization, what's going to happen now. Current government, fortunately, has done a lot on renewables now. You may be hearing about that. And we are all very proud of their achievement. But I think a lot more has to be done because, as I said, this kind of 80–85% of dependence on overseas hydrocarbon, oil and gas, can't be allowed. And gas, we are talking a lot. The future India will produce more gas. We'll import more LNG. But gas, in my view, is also is only a via media because eventually we are looking for zero emission. Gas is also far less polluting, but it still has pollution. So ultimate answer is going to be now renewables in the form of solar and wind. And of course, as we are talking about here, I think future lies with chemical engineers. They have to break the water molecule, produce hydrogen, and create, as you mentioned now about this, you produce this digital periodic table. We can do a lot of things. So this is where the future lies now. I'd like to leave the floor open now for a few questions. Time is almost up now, because I want you to tap the immense talent that we have in our speakers here by asking some questions, if you have any. Just 2 or 3 questions. Yes, please.
Good evening. First of all, thank you to all the eminent dignitaries on the dais for sharing their journey on digital transformation, today's theme. I have 2 questions. First to Mr. Sushant Rabra. Regarding, you spoke about asset performance and asset lifecycle management, the digital twin. So can you throw some more light upon this, how these services are provided? And have you implemented and provided these kind of solutions to any downstream customers, any refineries for, and if yes, since when and how successful was it? And the similar question goes to Mr. Pramod Jain. You spoke about the extent, the life of the asset to optimize the growth. So similar questions to you. So can you throw some more lights upon this?
Sure. Thank you for asking that question. And the reason is that because oil and gas sector is so asset heavy, a fair share of value unlocking happens on asset side. So just taking that forward. So from a asset digital twin perspective, that's a theme which has been going on for last 3 to 4 years. I can give a number of examples of companies which have done that. So for example, we have done this for ConocoPhillips, where they are looking at the entire digital twin of the upstream, midstream side, and using that to model certain behavior and see what happens when we make some changes. So you first make the changes in the twin, you look at how the various scenarios are playing out, and then you actually execute it on ground. That's more of a modeling twin. The next step from there, of course, is when you're putting up control algorithms on top, which are typically AI driven, then you can actually have a closed loop twin, where not just you sense, but you act, right? And that is very useful, for example, in safety, environmental hazards, and so on and so forth kind of situations where you need a very quick response in that sense. So currently, as I'm aware, there are at least 7 or 8 such projects going on around the world, 2 in the Middle East, 1 in US, and then 1 in South America, and so on. And everybody is getting onto this bandwagon. While we say digital twin, I also want to highlight this terminology is used in various ways, right? So all the way from what I call as 1D model. 1D model essentially is just the blueprint copied onto a digital platform, which is just the information side, all the way to 7D, which essentially talks about the 3D modeling, cost, time series data, historical records, the operator data, and so on and so forth, which is a very, very rich digital twin. So, so take a step back, essentially, it replicates the real life scenario very, very closely in the digital world. And then, because it's a very close, I would say, replica, you can do a lot in the digital twin in terms of safety, production, management, manpower deployment, then maintenance, and so on and so forth. So there are a number of use cases that you can pretty much then build on top of digital twin. The example which was mentioned by Neeraj in terms of the horizontal well drilling, right, I would say is one of the use cases which I could extend pretty much from a digital twin perspective, where you have pretty much remote control and you are able to drill it, and then you're getting the sensory data, telemetry data real time, pretty much what is happening, right? Now it's a semi-closed loop because the data is coming in, you're modeling it, but end out there's a human in the line. But you could also do a closed loop system where there's no human in the entire process. So that's a quick summary from my side.
Thank you.
I'll answer your question in, you can hear me, into 2 parts, right? So one is an aging field. You're trying to optimize the production. There are 2 parts to it, right? One is complex EOR techniques, and you're looking at polymer injection, injecting chemicals, water flooding, different examples of EOR techniques that are going in there. Second part is modeling the impact of that even before you do it. You're running decline curve analysis. You have high performance computing where you can run thousands of simulation runs, and then you can apply and look at analysis of that before you start doing the action on it. And I think that's where some of the comments my colleagues made this afternoon about high performance computing, computing at demand. Gone are the days where you have to wait for the model to finish in 5 days or 6 days. You're able to run multiple runs and you can get to that answer where you can predict and you can forecast and then apply the EOR techniques to optimize the production. So that particular example for a Canadian oil sands E&P operator was a great example of chemical injection and then modeling what happens when you do the polymer flood.
Okay, one question there. There's a microphone there. Yeah, just one behind you. Sorry. Okay, you please go ahead first. I think by the time microphone reaches there, it'll take time. Just 1 second now. Yeah, one microphone there, please. At the end.
All right. I don't have a question, but this is just an observation. That while oil is being defamed as a main pollutant after the coal, the carbon, because of the carbon emission. But I believe this carbon can be gainfully utilized for the enhanced oil recoveries, enhanced production, and other chemicals which to be as a raw material or the feedstock. While we are very upbeat about the renewables, but the ultimate cost, life cycle cost of those renewables has still not come. The point which I am trying to emphasize is that, say it is solar, we'll have to store this energy into the batteries. And batteries will utilize a lot of chemicals, harmful chemicals, which has to be disposed after 8 to 10 years of their life. So how many batteries and how we are going to dispose them, what will be the life cycle cost, and how this pollutant will be, it is not a pollution free. No energy is pollution free. So the level playing comparison with the fossil fuel to the renewables is still immature. We are jumping to the conclusion that renewables will change our life. The electric cars will change our life. But I don't think so. It is too early to say. Let us wait to the life cycle cost of all those things, and then we'll consider which is better for the human life. Thank you.
If I may comment on that, I think there is a realization that, look, there is no single form of energy in the basket that's going to solve your problems. And when you're talking about renewables and batteries, I think what we are seeing is that there are two very important trends, right? One is that for the energy transition, and look, we are betting very big on this because we are seeing what our customers are doing. LNG and gas is going to play a very, very major role in the transition. And when you mentioned coal, per MMBTU, CNG produces, methane produces about half the carbon dioxide as coal for the same MMBTU. So methane is going to be, for the next 20 to 30 years, maybe more, a transition fuel for the world to transition into whatever clean energy source that's going to be there. Now, there has been a spike in methane prices, LNG prices, and that's not because of a supply problem. That's because there are not enough LNG compression capabilities around the world. Now, right now, we have about 125 to 150 million tons per annum capacity coming online in the next 3 years. And once that capacity comes online, your supply side of the equation will get solved, and the gas prices will come down, and it will become a more transition fuel than it is today. And I think, our power station will start working at full capacity at the right commercial models, right? So I think that's a reality. Nobody's going to challenge that. Secondly, there are alternatives to be offered to batteries for storage. I mean, people are talking about ammonia, hydrogen. There is a active MNRE paper coming out for hydrogen policy in India to implement hydrogen from renewables, but not storing it into batteries. There's going to be a lot of work to be done on hydrogen transmission or conversion into ammonia and utilization into different factories. At Baker Hughes, we are actually investing in TRL4 and TRL5 level technologies today for the future. The circle that was shown about technologies out there. So we have actually invested in 2 companies that are talking about conversion of methane to hydrogen through pyrolysis. So that's how far into the future we are actually looking at right now. But you have to make multiple bets, because at this stage, you don't know which technology is going to transform your energy landscape in the future. And you have to be prepared for multiple sources of energy for your energy basket, especially for India.
As a sectional president of Environmental Science of Indian Science Congress, I would like to invite the attention of the entire house here that the circular ecosystem, for that, the most important thing is the carbon capture and utilization. Unless you circulate it, it will get accumulate. The total biomass on the earth, green biomass on the earth, is 82.4%. And if you keep on increasing green biomass, green biomass, green biomass, and plantation, then what will happen? The recycling and the degradation and the remineralization of the nutrients will be depleted, and the plants will die. So we have already reached on the green biomass saturation, and the only solution to my mind, which we have discussed at length in the environmental science section, that the carbon capture, utilization, and storage is the first and foremost where the industry should focus. The second thing, I would like to invite the attention of those who are thinking of the lithium-ion batteries. Lithium is very injurious to the microbes. If you remember, when I was doing my research in 1975, I know that 200 to 300 species of the microbes, they were available in a spoon of the soil. And now, after 50 years, the number of the microbes, it has been reduced to just 40 to 50. That is the greatest challenge of the biodiversity depletion of the microbes. So we are not thinking about the microbial diversity, which is recycling, which is very important for the recycling of the matter. And without the recycling of the matter, the circular ecosystem cannot be maintained. So for that particular point, I would like to invite the attention of the entire House that please do not focus more and more on the lithium-ion batteries. This will be a greatest damage to the environment. Second thing, the e-waste, what we are putting in the sea or what we are dumping on the earth, this is the most polluting source instead of any other thing. And carbon capture, I would like to thank the Schlumberger and the other companies who are working on that carbon capture. Carbon capture is going to be the best solution in the next 50 years. As an environmental scientist, I am working in the environmental field since last 50 years, and we have been discussing on this issue since last 15 years at length. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think...
One quick remark I'd like to add, sir, sorry for intervention, that the carbon capture cost today in India is around $80 per ton. Now, ONGC has embarked upon a project for carbon sequestration in a tie-up with the other refinery company, but the cost was prohibitive. And now, if we know that this is the cost of the carbon capture, the carbon sequestration project will never be a success. We have to see it. What alternatives? We have to look into the entire basket of alternatives rather than singularly attacking one particular problem, and that is the observation and submission to the House.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Can we just have a last question?
Thank you, sir, for accommodating. Very specific question to the panel, maybe Baker Hughes of SLB Services. What is your experience with for forecasting specific maintenance? Example, there could be oil fields, there could be assets, in the downstream, very critical assets like coke drums in the delayed coker units. It could be FCC units. Can we, right now the model of any shutdown is we go there and do inspection, see what are the damage done during the processes, and then start repairing it. Can we have predictive models, sir?
No, very good question. So look, we have one of the companies that is part of Baker Hughes is Bentley Nevada Systems. So they are the leading provider of vibration monitoring technologies for rotary equipment worldwide, right? So they're very well integrated and they can integrate into different digital ecosystems. Now, there's this vibration monitoring, and they do the waveform analysis over, over a time series. And traditionally, this used to be like a time-based and an equation-based system where you would go and visit the well site or a refinery or a plant after a periodic interval. Today, we have the ability to analyze those waveforms in a predictive way and send somebody over before the equipment fails. So we have ability to recognize event-based signals from the vibrations to say, okay, this equipment is about to fail. We are now also incorporating that into artificial intelligence models using our partnership with C3.ai, which is a leading artificial intelligence company. And we are trying to see how we can use that to further enhance our predictive capabilities, to identify problems well before they occur, rather than just being event-based, because then it has already failed. But we want to prevent that failure. So there's a lot of work going on, and we are happy to connect you to the right people if you should require. No problem.
Well, thank you very much. I think as Mr. Neeraj Sethi has said, I think multiple choices will continue to happen till such time that technology is evolving all the time. Safety factors are being built in now. Rightly, lithium batteries have their own danger, but things are evolving. Wind energy is there, very much there, where you don't require a battery to store power for the time being, but of course, it can't replace solar in the long run, but it is very much there, and India is certainly working on this in a very big way now. Our offshore wind energy farms are also coming up now. On land, of course, Rajasthan is one of the areas where you have very strong breeze all the time because of the unique nature of Thar Desert. There will be very strong breezes there all the time in the daytime and also in the night. So, and it's a more or less barren area, so you can have huge wind farms there. So things are evolving, and future is bright. With that note, I'd like to close the session. Thank you very much for all of you for participating, and thank you all the speakers here. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for the distinguished speakers. I now request Dr. Anand Gupta to please join us on stage for the memento presentation. Dr. Anand Gupta, Additional Director General, Development Directorate General of Hydrocarbons. I request Sir to kindly first give to Session Chair, Dr. Avinash Chandra, First Director General, DGH. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Session Chairperson, Dr. Avinash Chandra. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Pramod Jain, CEO, Computer Modeling Group, Canada. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Sushant Rabra, Partner, KPMG in India. Thank you very much, sir. Kindly keep the applause going. Mr. Vinay Malhotra, Managing Director, SLB India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Neeraj Sethi, Country Director, Baker Hughes, India. Thank you very much, sir. I request all the distinguished panelists to kindly come forward for a group photograph. Once again, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the eminent speakers. Thank you so much. Dr. Garg also to please join us for the group photograph. Thank you so very much for joining us for this session, making it so worth sparing your valuable time for us. Thank you so much. We now request the gathering to please proceed to first floor for the exhibition tour. There is an exit on the first floor, so post the exhibition tour, you can exit from there itself. Lucky draw is also organized in one of the stalls. And tomorrow the session will start at sharp 9:30 a.m. at two venues, that is hall number 2 and 3 and hall number 6. So we request you to kindly join us on time at sharp 9:30 a.m. Thank you so much and enjoy your evening. You may now proceed to the first floor for exhibition tour. Thank you so much.